introduction. Do you want to stand with me and introduce it?
No.
You sure?
Uh-huh. Do you need me to do anything with the camera?
I'm just going to do this.
Okay.
I'm a little behind. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Nobody's up yet.
I know. I don't think
I
anyone's...
forget. People don't get up.
Yeah. Lay down. Test, test. Hello, everyone. We're about to get started here. All right. Welcome. We have no one in the live audience at the moment. We have Shawn McCraney in the live audience at the moment. We're not an early bird crowd, but welcome. This is the CultProof Conference. I'm Delaney McCraney. I am representing the Great News Network, Yeshuans, our many organizations, and we are partnering up with checkmychurch.org to put on this conference called CultProof. We've gathered 4 presenters that are bringing their research from a ranging plane of experiences, and it's going to be really great. The lineup includes Sarah Young starting right now at 8 a.m. Then we'll have Chris Shelton at 9 a.m., Jordan Tanksley at 10 a.m., Shawn McCraney at 11 a.m., and a panel discussion after that. We will see Sarah now. Thank you, everybody.
Finds a cult as a religion. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for being a part of the first CultProof Conference. It's an honor to speak to and with a group of people who are dedicated to exposing the dangers of high control religions, abusive systems, and man-made ideologies for the safety of truth seekers, including those who put their faith in Christ. Over the last almost 7 years, since beginning the Check My Church ministry, I've had a somber realization that what we often call conventional Christianity, the mainstream and traditional expressions of the faith that dominate our churches, denominations, and institutions, has devolved very quickly into something far more insidious than a mere religion. It has, in my opinion, become a corrupt, abusive, and highly controlling cult. By cult, I don't mean that in the sensationalized kind of way with isolated compounds and charismatic extremist doomsday prophets, but in a much more subtle, covert, and pervasive way that traps millions of Christians under a yoke of slavery under the guise of biblical fidelity. Despite how many church leaders will take this is not an attack on Christ, the gospel, or his followers. It's quite the contrary. This is a cry for followers of Christ to wake up to how the systems we've built in our local assemblies have betrayed Christ and his gospel to feed the insolent pride and self-indulgence of wolves in sheep's clothing. I was born into and raised in the cult of conventional Christianity. I grew up in Baptist and evangelical churches and was immersed in the religious traditions of Sunday services, Bible studies, Bible camp, youth group, pastoral authority, euphoric worship services, and passing the plate. I considered myself a devoted Christian, always seeking to align my life with what the Bible teaches. My dad, however, was effectively shunned from his church after my parents got divorced, and as I've shared before, he struggled to find another church home after that. It was then that he began to see cracks in the veneer of conventional Christianity. He saw things that I didn't see until decades later: abuses of power, spiritual manipulation, financial exploitation, and a coercive control that left little to no room for God's direct leading in his walk with Christ. I've seen other friends and family members wounded by these systems too, their faith shipwrecked not by doubt or sin, but by the corruption of the very institutions who claim to represent Christ in this world. As someone who holds dearly to my faith in Christ, I can't stay silent. This speech, which will hopefully be the first of many, is my attempt to shine a light on the darkness that has become conventional Christianity, to help believers recognize how it has become a high-control, abusive, and corrupt cult that has largely rejected the authority of the Spirit of Christ, ignored the gospel's impact, and served in very large part as a feeding ground for wolves in sheep's clothing. By the end, my hope is that you will see a path forward that honors Christ and his gospel rather than the traditions and ideologies of men. My hope is also to show how we can, as believers, honor Christ without the chains of convention and the many abuses of institutional religion. To build my case, I must define what I mean by cult. The word carries a lot of heavy baggage. When people think of cults, they typically think of Jonestown, Waco, or the Mansons, but those are what I would consider to be much more overt examples. In reality, a cult can be much less obvious and hard to recognize. Almost any group of any kind can become a cult, whether it be a religious organization, a corporation, or even a family. The ICSA, or the International Cultic Studies Association, is a leading organization that studies high control groups, or what they call cults. According to sociologist Benjamin Zablocki, cited by ICSA, a cult is an ideological organization held together by charismatic relationships and demanding total commitment. This emphasizes structure, ideology, shared beliefs, charisma, leaders who captivate, and totalism, all encompassing demands on time, money, and loyalty. ICSA avoids pejorative labels and focuses on harmful dynamics such as undue influence, isolation, and exploitation. They note that cults can be religious, political, or therapeutic. Merriam-Webster calls a cult a religion regarded as unorthodox or spurious. Cambridge Dictionary defines a cult as a religious group, often living together, whose beliefs are considered extreme or strange by many people. Dictionary.com calls it a quasi-religious organization using devious psychological techniques to gain and control adherents. Wikipedia says cults involve unusual, extreme beliefs and rituals, often with high devotion. And Britannica calls them a small religious group with beliefs regarded by many as extreme or dangerous. These definitions seem to highlight unorthodoxy, extremity, and control, but let's consider the original, much less sinister meaning. Cult originally just meant worship in Latin. It can simply mean fervent devotion without harm, like a cult following for a band or a book or movie series. The first followers of Christ were seen as a cult because of their devotion to Yeshua. In sociology, a cult is simply a new religious movement that challenges convention, but not necessarily inherently evil, destructive, or controlling. Some might even argue that all religions start as cults by this definition before becoming mainstream. Based on these definitions, I would argue that it would be better for Christianity to be seen as a cult according to its original, less sinister meaning. Unfortunately, I think we've gone from one kind of cult, one simply of great devotion and worship to our Lord and King, Yeshua, which breaks all sorts of conventions in the world, to another much more destructive, abusive, and controlling kind that devotes itself instead to a spirit of wealth, control, and worldly power. When we apply the destructive and controlling definitions of cult to conventional Christianity today, we can see a pattern emerge. Charismatic, prideful, and authoritative pastors demand total commitment of your time, talents, and treasures. They teach ideologies that enforce a hierarchy and strict limitations over your personal liberty. Tithing is so far twisted from its original biblical meaning to exploit believers financially, new church members are love-bombed into feeling accepted and drawn into the church, then trapped with invasive, controlling, and coercive membership covenants. When people resist these controls, which far overstep any authority given in the New Testament, they're often met with abuse, threats, blackmail, shunning, smear campaigns, and demonization. In many, if not most Christian churches, questioning any doctrinal teaching of the church leads to ostracism, condemnation, threats of hell, and again, demonization. When the traditions and teachings of men are elevated above the rights and freedoms of individual believers, a church becomes something more like an abusive and overbearing cult. And almost every single time I check a church for red flags of abuse, corruption, or cultic control, I can see them. I used to leave room for the possibility that I was simply seeing what I was looking for by seeking out churches I thought would be cultic. But even when I do a simple Google search or pick a random church off a list in any given city or state, the red flags are everywhere. That doesn't mean there aren't churches that aren't cultic, and I've been called bold for saying this, but I do think it's true. I think a majority of Christian churches have become corrupt, abusive, and cultic. Churches where loyalty to the pastor trumps loyalty to Christ, where submission is code for blind obedience, and where the spirit with individual believers is squelched by the pastor's claim to biblical knowledge. By the definitions I've provided, conventional Christianity qualifies not as a fringe group or as a group devoted in worship to Christ, but as a normalized, mainstream, covert cult hiding in plain sight. But despite the claims of the pastors leading these churches, this isn't what Christ taught, what the apostles taught, or even what the early Christian church practiced before it became organized and authorized by the Roman Catholic Church. The Apostolic Church was a vibrant, spirit-led community operating under apostles and elders, but those apostles and elders emphasized liberty and servant leadership, not domineering control. Even in that time of radical unity and submission because of the great peril and coming destruction they were facing, I would argue it was still a far cry from today's hierarchical and controlling institutions. When we examine what Jesus taught and see how he practiced his authority to his disciples through servant leadership, we can then see how the early church followed his example. In Matthew 20:25-28, Jesus said, "You know that the rulers of the Gentiles domineer over them, and those in high position exercise authority over them. It is not this way among you, but whoever wants to become prominent among you shall be your servant, and whoever desires to be first among you shall be your slave, just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." According to the teachings of Jesus to his disciples, authority and leadership isn't about domination or control. It's humble and meek sacrificial service. Jesus washed his disciples' feet. In John 13, he said, "You call me teacher and Lord, and you are correct, for so I am. So if I, the Lord and the teacher, washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I gave you an example so that you also would do just as I did for you." He warned against titles like rabbi or father in Matthew 23, 8-10, which suggests an equality among believers and a rejection of partiality toward those with certain gifts in the body of Christ. In Paul's letter to the Ephesians, he taught that all believers should submit to each other out of reverence for Christ. In Matthew 15, the Pharisees and scribes criticized the disciples for breaking the tradition of the elders by not washing their hands when eating bread, and Jesus answered by confronting their disobedience to God's commandments, saying in verse 3, "Why do you yourselves also break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition?" In verse 7, he says, "You hypocrites, rightly did Isaiah prophesy about you by saying, 'This people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far away from me, and in vain do they worship me, teaching as doctrines the commandments of men.'" Jesus fervently taught his disciples not to idolize men, their traditions, or their doctrines, which are the commandments of men, because not only does idolizing men betray our worship of God alone, but it leads to corruption and abuse against God's people. By the time Jesus began his ministry, this corruption and abuse was deeply entrenched in the nation of Israel, and he wasn't quiet about it. At the cleansing of the temple, Jesus said, "It is written, 'My house shall be a house of prayer, but you have made it a den of robbers.'" In his woes to the Pharisees, Jesus described the hypocrisy, corruption, and abusive behavior of the Pharisees, saying, "The scribes and the Pharisees have seated themselves in the chair of Moses. Therefore, whatever they tell you, do and comply with it all, but do not do as they do, for they say things and do not do them. And they tie up heavy burdens and lay them on people's shoulders, but they themselves are unwilling to move them with so much as their finger. And they do all their deeds to be noticed by other people, for they broaden their phylacteries and lengthen the tassels of their garments. And they love the place of honor at banquets and the seats of honor in the synagogues and personal greetings in the marketplaces and being called rabbi by the people." Jesus continues from here to give his 8 woes to the Pharisees, describing more behaviors and practices that can all be seen from a substantial number of leaders in conventional Christianity today, most importantly their hypocrisy, and not truly being what they claim to be. "For you are like whitewashed tombs, which on the outside appear beautiful, but inside they are full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness. So you too outwardly appear righteous to people, but inwardly you are full of hypocrisy and lawlessness." In contrast to how the scribes and Pharisees led, the ultimate example of Christ's leadership was in his humble, meek, and sacrificial service by laying down his life for the salvation of the world. And following his death, resurrection, and ascension, the apostolic church followed Jesus' example by displaying the same meek servant leadership that brought grace, truth, and liberty to the captives, not another corrupted religion with burdensome doctrines of men. The apostles provided teaching, guidance, and instruction to the saints, but even in their instructions, they were careful not to impose on the freedom of believers in Christ. In Acts 15, when a Pharisee sect was teaching that Gentile Christians needed to be circumcised and to keep the law of Moses, the apostles and elders came together to protect the liberty of the Gentiles. Peter says in verse 7, "Brothers, you know that in the early days God made a choice among you, that by my mouth the Gentiles would hear the word of the gospel and believe. And God, who knows the heart, testified to them, giving them the Holy Spirit, just as he also did to us. And he made no distinction between us and them, cleansing their hearts by faith. Since this is the case, why are you putting God to the test by placing upon the neck of the disciples a yoke which neither our forefathers nor we have been able to bear? But we believe that we are saved through the grace of the Lord Jesus in the same way as they also are." Elders served as shepherds to feed and protect God's people, not domineering lords and lawyers, and they led by example, not hypocritical authority over others. Apostles had unique roles and authority in the early church. but even they submitted mutually to each other. The church was a living body, not an institution or a corporation. It was mostly house-based and emphasized the direct leadership of the Spirit of Christ, all members of the body having equal importance. While unity and purity was paramount in that early church because of the coming day of destruction and the dangers they faced, liberty still reigned in the apostolic church because Christ came to free the captives, not return them to a yoke of slavery to men with religious authority. Believers prophesied, taught, and served freely under the Spirit's direct guidance. There were no mandatory giving enforcements or loyalty oaths. Giving was voluntary, and so was service. This model of leadership and church governance honored Christ and his gospel, the authority of the Spirit, and it prioritized love, unity, and liberty in Christ over control and the idolization of men. After the apostolic church, unfortunately, it didn't take long for the temptations of the world to take root in the Christian church, and in their attempts to govern and organize themselves, whether with good intentions or bad, a tragic shift into cultism becomes clear. After the apostolic age of the church, the severe persecution Christians faced in Rome slowly but surely began to lift. And as it became more mainstream, Christianity gradually went from a cult devoted to the worship of Jesus Christ to a cult devoted to the worship of man, complete with authoritarianism, hierarchy, control, greed, and abuse. This didn't happen overnight, but was a creeping corruption driven by human ambition and power. In the post-apostolic age, bishops gained more prominence, evolving from local elders into regional overseers. Ignatius of Antioch urged submission to bishops as to Christ, planting the seeds of hierarchy. By the 3rd century, Cyprian of Carthage taught that there was no salvation outside the church, tying faith to institutional loyalty. Constantine's Edict of Milan in AD 313 legalized Christianity, but his involvement also politicized it, making the church a tool of the state. Councils like Nicaea standardized and dogmatized doctrine, and power consolidated under emperors and bishops. At some point after the apostolic age, church leaders developed a taste for control, money, and power. And as persecution waned and wealth began to flow in, tithes became mandatory and oppressive. The divide between church leaders and everyone else that scarcely exists in the New Testament widened over the centuries. Priests became mediators, contradicting the priesthood of all believers, and Christ being the only mediator. By the Middle Ages, the papacy held absolute authority, with indulgences and brutal and deadly inquisitions that enforced conformity. While the Protestant Reformation did a lot of good to fight against this corruption and abuse and took great steps to reverse it, they didn't go far enough. Despite God's new covenant with man according to Scripture, where the Holy Spirit teaches, shepherds, and guides us directly, authority has been usurped by men lusting for power in one way or another in almost every version of Christianity since the close of the Apostolic Age, including Protestant evangelicalism. The Spirit's role and authority in guiding believers has been sidelined for creeds, canons, pastoral authority, and elder boards. Ezekiel 36:26-27 promises a new heart and spirit within, but our Christian institutions, who claim Scripture is the ultimate authority, also claim a monopoly on the interpretation of that Scripture. The Orthodox emphasize tradition and synods, Catholics, papal infallibility, Protestants, sola scriptura. But as a believer who considers herself mostly in the Protestant camp, I take issue with our claim of authority from Scripture, because that inevitably forces us to get our authority from the knowledge of men. It's men's interpretations, Calvin's, Luther's, or a modern pastor's that rule, not God himself. The leaders of Protestant evangelical churches have split over their different interpretations of Scripture since the Reformation, yet they all demand our strict adherence to theirs. For whatever reason, those in the office of pastor are allowed the intellectual freedom to disagree, but anyone they consider beneath them are not. And so sola scriptura becomes sola interpretatio, with leaders themselves being the gatekeepers of truth, and the same cultism that's corrupted the Roman Catholic Church can be seen in Protestantism as well. Whether it's Roman Catholicism, Orthodoxy, or Protestantism, the conventional Christianity that dominates the body of Christ demands total commitment to its varying forms of man-centric ideology and authority. This cultism isn't benign. It betrays Christ, his gospel, and his spirit. By rejecting and effectively usurping the authority of Christ, the impact of the gospel, and the role of the spirit of man is in control. And when that spirit rejects Christ's servant leadership, it becomes abusive and tyrannical. It turns not lording over into mandatory blind submission. Jesus warned against this kind of tyranny, condemning Pharisees for burdens and titles. Yet, conventional Christianity elevates pastors and elders in the same way the Roman Catholic Church elevates priests and popes, as untouchable men of God, protecting them from accountability and enabling corruption and abuse. Scandals of clergy sex abuse, church fraud, child abuse, and psychological abuse perpetrated by church leaders are rampant in churches of all denominations today. The sheep are starving and wolves are devouring them at an alarming rate, and the response from those wolves when confronted or called out is textbook cult leader behavior. Proven allegations of misconduct and pastoral abuse are met with gossip, slander, lies, threats, and more abuse. The same problems that plagued the church for hundreds of years following the apostolic church still plague it today. Conventional Christianity rejects the spirit of Christ in favor of financial success, power, and control. Things that Christ never came to establish or take for himself, nor did he teach his disciples that they should pursue either. While the new covenant promises direct access to God through Christ by the Spirit, conventional Christianity insists its institutions must mediate our walk with Christ. They quench the Spirit, usurp its role, and by doing so, ultimately, I believe they reject it altogether. This cultic Christianity distorts and rejects the gospel as well. From grace through faith to the same works-based religions we condemn in other religions and denominations, but aren't willing to see in our own backyard. Go to church, tithe your money, submit to your pastors, or risk exclusion, demonization, and damnation. This adds to the gospel of Christ and makes salvation contingent on loyalty to men rather than Christ alone. And as much as they spout Christ alone and grace alone by faith alone, the religion of conventional Christianity has become a cult just as destructive and abusive as its predecessors in the Roman Catholic Church, and I think it can be seen in a majority of Christian churches today. The good news is, as humanity matures and civilizes, so has the body of Christ. But with that maturity and our growing ability to discern tyranny from freedom and love from abuse, those who still seek power, control, and money have adapted to this discernment in humanity's civilized trajectory. We had crusades, inquisitions, and witch hunts, and while today's abuses aren't nearly as severe, they still persist. The reason they persist, I believe, is simple. Conventional Christianity has by and large adopted an anti-Christ spirit that idolizes men, uses God's name in vain, ignores Jesus' meekness and blatant confrontation of the Pharisees, and seeks its own worldly power. So, what's the solution to the cult that has become conventional Christianity? How do we reach our own brothers and sisters in Christ in such a system, and what are we reaching them with? Well, I think what Shawn and the Great News Network has done is a great example of how believers can come together in an organized way without turning our gatherings into a cult. When the rule is Christiarchy, which is rule by Christ alone, then spiritual independence, liberty, and what we call subjective Christianity can thrive. The only authority in the body of Christ today is its head and the inherent authority of all believers and their priesthood, with Christ being the only high priest and God being our only shepherd. We don't need sub-shepherds. Friends, yes. Brothers and sisters, of course. Leaders, yes. If the body is a family and we're all siblings as God's adopted children by faith in his Son, then none of us has more authority than the next. We're all siblings doing our best to honor our Father and serve his kingdom together, and we don't need a material empire, control, or power in this world to do that. Christ said the first would be last and the last would be first. He turned hierarchy on its head, and that's because I think, like all things of this world, it is shakeable. So he shook it just like he tore the veil of the temple in two, and we can't sew it back together. When we try to, we become tyrants, abusers, and cult leaders. Shawn McCraney has been making the case for subjective Christianity for years, but I'd like to second it here at the first CultProof Conference because I've seen what it does in at least the one group that has adopted it. There is no abuse of power when there's no power to abuse. It's not popular because it's not appealing to the things of the flesh that people look for in conventional Christianity. It's not wealthy. It's not big. It's not powerful. It's not strictly structured, and it doesn't bring you prestige or fame, but it's honest. It's loving. It gives you liberty. And most importantly, it's true to Christ and his gospel. And that, I believe, is what will ultimately protect believers in Christ from the many cults within conventional Christianity today, is Christ, his gospel, and the liberty it brings by his Spirit. While Christian churches give lip service to these things, just a little digging exposes the truth, which is that their heart is far from him. After all is said and done, conventional Christianity is more than a cult of popularity contests, Ivy League academies, and religious institutionalism. When done in the name of Christ and when corrupted and abused, as they have been, they become blasphemous, idolatrous, and anti-Christ. They take God's name in vain, they idolize men, and they abuse his people out of their own corrupt desire for self-indulgence. When your relationship with Christ becomes so commercialized, institutionalized, legalized, and organized that you think you need a pastor, prophet, patriarch, pope, or a priest just to be a Christian, you have lost the plot of Christianity. You have rejected the simplicity of Christ alone that the Protestant reformers proclaimed in resistance to Roman Catholic hierarchies and abuses of power. The cult of conventional Christianity has added to the gospel of Christ and turned God's grace through faith in his Son into a religion, but not just a religion, an abusive and corrupt cult that twists God's words and exploits his people. Like the Pharisees, these cult leaders place themselves in the seat of Moses, but in their blind thirst for power, they forget what happened to Moses when he abused his power. Something I hope to achieve with this conference and future cult-proof conferences moving forward is a sort of evangelism within the body of Christ, to preach the gospel to those within conventional Christianity who have come out of other cults, but find themselves trapped in another one in their Mormon-like churches. In Utah, Christians make the mistake of thinking the biggest cult in the state is Mormonism, but we are seeing the same behavior, teachings, practices, and cultic control in conventional Christianity that we see in the LDS church now, and I don't think it's without cause. The ultimate protection for the Christian from Christian cults is Christiarchy. When Christ is your sole authority, you have his Spirit as your guide, and you have the Bible as your roadmap. Believers are all equals. And you don't need a pastor or a priest or a seminary professor to tell you what's necessary for salvation or who you're allowed to be friends with. When Christ and his gospel are the standard, the cultic frauds that make up conventional Christianity today become clear. This, I believe, is how we can help believers in Christ become, for lack of a better word, cult-proof. Over the past several years, I've done a lot of investigating in Christian churches, but I've also done a lot of research on abusive and destructive cults, narcissistic abuse, and corrupt group dynamics. I've learned a lot about cults and abusive relationship dynamics, and I'm still learning, but the things I've discovered so far, I believe they can be applied to the way most Christian churches are being organized and run today, and I want to protect my family in Christ from it, but also anyone that's seeking truth who wants to avoid abusive and controlling cults. I hope this will be the beginning of many conferences that equip people with the knowledge and truth they need to protect them from cults of all kinds, but especially cults that claim the gospel of Christ. I look forward to hearing what the other speakers today have to offer from their unique and valuable experiences in high control religions and cults. Thank you all again for being here with me today, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me this morning, even though it's an AI clone of my voice. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and thank
The technical aspect of this conference live is going to maybe have some hiccups, and I apologize. I'm doing my best, but that was incredible, Sarah. Thank you so much. She said at the end it was an AI clone. I wanted to leave that surprise to see if you all could catch it, but she has COVID really badly, and just really appreciate her figuring out how to still present through that, and wish you to get better. We're going to move on to Chris Shelton at starting promptly at 9 a.m. and we'll take a break until then. Thank you all.
Hope so. Well, hello. Thank you for inviting me to speak at CultProof 2025. I'm very happy to be here today to discuss cultic influence and some of the psychology behind how cults work. I'm a psych guy, and I love psychology, and I always have. That's actually even part of why I was in Scientology, or one of the interests that I developed in Scientology is why are people the way they are and what makes people act the way they are and that sort of thing. And I was not born in, but raised in Scientology. My parents got involved when I was very young. And so I never really had any view of the world other than the Scientology worldview and mindset growing up. And so it was a kind of a different, interesting one. But I still attended public schools and still had a regular life until I graduated high school and started working for the Church of Scientology. And I did that for 25 years. And I worked in at the local city level churches of Scientology. And then I signed the billion-year contract of commitment and joined what's called the C organization. And that's really kind of the dedicated, hardcore, sort of monastic lifestyle that you get in Scientology. So that's kind of a little bit of my background there. And I left Scientology, escaped really in 2013, 2012. I left working for the church after 25 years. And I had a lot of questions when I got out. And at first, I still believed in a lot of Scientology. And then after I got on the internet, which I didn't have access to really fully as a Scientologist, I got a lot more information. And it's really surprising how you can be involved in a group for decades and not really understand the group you're part of, or understand what they're involved in, or all the things that are going on in the group. And I didn't, not by a long shot. And of course, with so much history and L. Ron Hubbard's biography and the history of the church and all of this being very, very covered up, very, very lied about, lots of cover stories and just outright lies being told to us over and over and over again when I was in the group. I had a very different idea of what Scientology was when I was in Scientology. And then I got out and started learning a lot more. And once I realized that I was part of a destructive cult, a group that was, exhibiting enforcing a lot of compliance on me and lying to me a lot. Once I realized that that had been the situation, I wanted to understand everything about what had happened to me. I really wanted to get my wits around what had gone on and how I had fallen for it. And it took me a lot of years following leaving Scientology. I started speaking out almost immediately, which is unusual. A lot of people will take time and get some therapy and sort of reflect on their experience or get over the trauma of it. I just went right for it and started talking immediately. And there are pros and cons to doing that, but I really wanted to get my wits around this question and get answers to the question of what the hell happened to me. And in doing so, I put together a YouTube channel. I ended up writing a book about Scientology just to kind of sort out all the thoughts about it, and pursued that question for many years, trying to figure out what happens to people in cults and to me specifically. And once I got my wits around that question and created an awful lot of video content and did a lot of interviews and interviewed a lot of people to get to figure out how this works. Once I actually established the answer to that question, then my questions broadened from what happens to people in cults to why do people act the way they do, period. What drives people? Why are we so susceptible to cultic or extreme beliefs and ideas? Why do we go all in on things? And what drives us to do that? Because when you sit down with individuals one-on-one, you can often find them to be fairly rational, fairly reasonable people in a lot of ways. Not everybody's a religious extremist or nut, right? But yet normal, regular people can be turned into these very radicalized, extreme versions of themselves and really become the worst possible versions of themselves. And you wonder, how does that happen? And I think I've found some answers to some of those questions in all the years I've been working on this. And so I thought, I want to share what I've learned about why people act the way that they do. And so I'm going to share some of that. And so let me share my screen here with you. There we go. All right. So today our presentation is on how our psychology is preyed upon by cults. And in talking about cults, the problem of cults and extremist thinking really is everywhere these days. It's not just fringe religious groups. We see cult-like dynamics in politics, in social media movements, in multi-level marketing schemes, in extremist groups, and even in sports and celebrity fandom. So I thought maybe we might start today with what is a cult? And just to make sure we're all on the same page in talking about this. Because the cults are not, they don't crawl out of the ground somewhere or come from, a bunch of alien people or something. Any group of people can become a cult. It involves certain characteristics, such as extreme levels of belief in a centralized dogma or belief set, which must not be questioned. A charismatic leadership, which is considered the source of truth, and that's usually like with a capital T, or the group is considered the source of reality itself. There is usually an obsessive or extreme amount of attention on making money or gathering influence and control. They they routinely create an us versus them atmosphere where the group members are encouraged to think about non-members as people who are less important or less intelligent or somehow just less than those who are in the group, who are always elevated and raised up and think of themselves as the elite or the special or the chosen. And often the membership is coerced into giving free labor, inordinate amounts of money and time. And basically, they're encouraged heavily to do nothing but forward the goals of the group rather than their own individual goals and purposes in lives. Some examples of this, even in non-religious settings, you have multi-level marketing schemes like Young Living or New Skin. And these aren't churches, they're businesses, but they operate with the same loyalty and fear of outsiders and resistance to facts as any classic cult. In fact, the MLM problem is significant and almost completely hidden from view, since most people never associate businesses and cults. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of cults are actually businesses in disguise. So we don't fall into cults because we're weak or stupid. We fall in because we're human. So, our psychology evolved for survival in small tribes. Loyalty, conformity, and shared belief systems kept us alive. And traits like tribalism and confirmation bias and emotional needs are not flaws. They are perfectly natural, organic features of what it is to be human. Tribalism is a natural herd instinct that we share with so many other creatures on Earth. Researcher Jonathan Haidt said that humans are 90% chimp and 10% bee, as a metaphor describing the sort of dual nature of human psychology, where The chimp side represents our individualistic and competitive and selfish tendencies. And the B side symbolizes our capacity for group cooperation and self-sacrifice for the collective good. Most of human behavior is driven by individual survival and status seeking, which is the chimp aspect. But we also possess a rare and powerful ability to transcend self-interest and become deeply connected to a group, which is a state that Haidt calls the hive switch. And this is a default natural thing, but like any characteristic, it can be exploited and used against us. We also have confirmation bias, of course, and this is our very natural tendency to find facts or events that back up what we already think is true. So we can keep believing it while ignoring or literally tuning out anything that doesn't reinforce our beliefs or ideas. This is confirmation bias. And sometimes this is called denial, when a person simply won't see something that gets in the way of their beliefs. And it doesn't take any special training or indoctrination to get anyone to do this. It's built into us. And it takes discipline and self-awareness to overcome our tendency to engage in confirmation bias. And then there are emotional needs. And these are based on the work of Abraham Maslow and his hierarchy of needs. Everyone has them, and we'll be covering more about emotional needs shortly. So, to really understand how this works, I want to introduce a simple framework for thinking about human behavior, which I call the REM model. And you can see it basically laid out here. There are 3 of these layers, which start with the most surface level, the one closest to the top or the surface or the visible world, and the one that we hear and engage with most often in our sort of inner life is our reason or rationalization layer. And then there is an emotional layer below that, and we're going to get into describing each of these in more detail, but just as the overview. So there's the reason and rationalization layer where your thinking and cognition happens. There's the emotional layer, which is where your emotions and emotional reactions and whatnot happen. Then there's the moral layer or morality, which is where our moral foundations lie and how we sort of think about a well-ordered world. And all of this is sort of built on top of our core consciousness. You might use words like basic personality or consciousness or identity or just the very existence of you, that little voice in your head or that little idea of self-awareness or perception and existence. That's the very basic thing that is you. And built on top of that are these layers. And these are the things that drive our behavior. So to get into this a little bit more detail here, we have the reason or rationalization layer, this top layer. And this is basically our thoughts, our justifications, our beliefs. This is where critical thinking happens and logical reasoning. And this is also the layer that acts as our spokesperson for us, both to ourselves and to the world around us, as we think of ourselves and think of our thinking and think of our reasoning and justifications and why we do things. This is the layer that we're sort of engaging with. You might have a person in a multi-level marketing scheme, for example, who will rationalize why they're part of it or why they need to be part of it or stay in it. They might come up with reasons like, well, it's very challenging to be in an MLM and there's not a lot of return on the investment. But people will tell themselves things like, well, if I just work harder, I'll be successful like the top leaders, right? It's all about the hard work. And this kind of rationalization is what this layer is doing all day, every day. Always trying and working to make us right and make us feel secure and safe and feel like we're making the right decisions and justifying our behavior to ourselves. So this cognitive or rationalization layer is very active and something that we're engaged with all the time. I hope that makes sense as an explanation for that. Um, and as yeah, and we think we've covered some of those things. So now cults will exploit every one of these layers, and they interact with each other as we'll go over here. But the top layer is very exploitable. We are not necessarily as good critical thinkers as we would always like to be, and we make mistakes and we operate on false information or are given false information, and this can mess up the works. Because if you're trying to calculate an equation and somebody gives you bad numbers or bad information, there is no way for you to come up with the correct answer. This is why deception and deceit and lack of informed consent is such a challenge in trying to navigate figuring out a group or a cult, and if you're in one or not. So cult exploitation can take a lot of different forms here, but you can have things like pseudo logic and fake science being given to people, or the group could, in communicating about itself, could leave out vital information about itself. This is very, very common in cult recruitment. They don't tell you everything on day one. They don't allow you to have informed consent, or they might cherry pick their stories. And of course, there are things called logical fallacies, and there are many, many, many logical fallacies, which is just basic ways that we think badly or come to wrong answers to things. And cults concentrate on loading people up with logical fallacies to mess up their thinking and basically sabotage their ability to figure out what's going on. Recruiters will overload people with pseudo logic. They'll use charts like this chart here with the MLM success. This is an example of that. They'll give them success stories, or they'll cherry pick information, and they'll give a plausible sounding framework that makes sense to the person so that they will tamp down their own skepticism. And our reasons often serve our emotions and our morals rather than the other way around. We might believe that we are telling ourselves objectively true things about our emotions or about our morals or about why we do what we do. But actually, it's a little bit in reverse, where the rational layer, that's why I say it's rationalizations, because that layer will come up with or create rationalizations to justify our emotions and our reactions and our moral foundations for something. Rather than change the emotions or change the morals, we'll change our thinking. It's very easy. It's the easiest thing to do. So then we go to the emotion layer. Let's take a look at that for a second. So the emotional layer on this model has two levels to it, or two parts to it. The first or top layer is our emotional reactions in the moment, our minute to minute, second to second, very dynamic, very changeable emotions and reactions. And then there's the longer term below those emotional reactions, like a fear response or getting angry in the moment, or maybe sitting around being bored, right? That's kind of an in the moment emotional reaction. But then underneath that, you have emotional needs. And these are longer term issues, like our needs for belonging, or our need for safety and security, or our need for love. This is a very human need that we have, and it's an emotional need. It's based in emotion. It's not based in logic or reason. There is an emotional need for purpose or meaning in our lives. This is a very, very human thing. There is a need to sort of regulate our emotions, reduce fear, things like that. So the emotional needs are represented by lots of different, buckets or different categories. And there have been different models put together for this. There are some that have 6 or 7 basic emotional needs. There are others that have 12 or 15 basic emotional needs. It's not really super important which model of emotional needs we're talking about. It's just the acknowledgement of the fact that they exist and that they drive us in our behavior. Emotions are, and emotional reactions are difficult to define. I pulled an academic paper from 1980 when I was doing research for this a couple of years ago. I found this paper that had been a compilation of all of the definitions of the word emotion that had been suggested or written down in various academic papers over the years. And this is all the way back in 1980. This is ancient history. And this paper had 79 different definitions for the word emotion. It is not settled science what an emotion is. But here's the funny thing about it is because we understand them inherently because we have all been experiencing emotions almost every minute of our entire life. So we kind of understand at a basic level what emotions are, whether we can define it or not. And our reason layer is about thinking and calculating. And so I like to call the emotional layer is kind of about thoughts that rather than your brain experiencing, your whole body is experiencing emotions, right? Now, emotional needs are the bottom half, and they're not just reactions, as I mentioned. They're things that we are constantly striving to fulfill. And you can think of emotional needs as a series of buckets, which are constantly being emptied or filled up, depending on the circumstances in our lives and what we're doing or what we are achieving. We all have, like I said, you have different models of this, but we all have the same basic set of buckets. But the difference and the variety in each of us is that each of us have different needs, different amounts of how much we need to fill up those buckets, and how much satisfaction we get from filling up or emptying out these various categories or these different buckets. And that's kind of one of the very, very interesting things about people is how varying it can be in how much people need to fill various needs. For example, community, right? Connection. Some people are loners. They don't really want a lot of community. They don't want a large social network. They don't want to have a lot of friends. They're okay with just a few, but they still have something. Maybe they're just not into people very much, but they have pets or, they have an ant farm or something. You know what I mean? There's just various needs that people have, but they do have some version of that need for community and connection and relationships with other living things. So another person might have a desperate need for community and connection and want to have 500 friends and still feel like they're only halfway there. They need more. So you can have that difference in people or a need for purpose or meaning. Everybody has this. There isn't anybody who just wanders around in life and doesn't feel like there's something that they're trying to accomplish. And to the degree that they feel they are accomplishing that purpose or meaning, their bucket is being filled. It doesn't require that you attain the goal in order for the bucket to be full. It's how much do you feel you are achieving this thing? These are long-term, lifetime-long goals or needs that we have. So I think I've gotten that concept across. So, oh yeah, justice, for example, another one that we all feel deep down inside, the need for tit for tat, right? Even exchange. If you hit me, I need to hit you back, and I'm never going to forget it until I do, right? That kind of need for reciprocity is actually the word. That's a very, very key emotional need that is not based in just purely in logic or rules. And feelings, of course, drive our reasoning because we feel certain ways or we have needs that we're trying to fulfill. That will drive the thinking and the calculating and the logic of how we navigate our life because we change our reasoning or we use our reasoning to accomplish goals or activities that are going to fulfill these needs. In the same way that if you're hungry, you feel a need. There's a physical, that's a non-emotional, it's a physical need. And that also drives us. If you are hungry, suddenly you're finding all of your attention and all of your thinking driven to fill that need. I got to eat. And until you've eaten, it's on your mind and it's hard to put off. You can get distracted for a little while, but eventually your stomach is going to remind you, I have needs and you must fulfill them. And it will drive your body to go get food. And that reasoning is now all being applied to filling that need. It's the exact same thing with our emotional needs. So if you spend any time in or around a cult, then you're going to be very familiar with how they use emotional manipulation every day to control their members. And there are lots of classic cult emotional exploitations. There's love bombing, there are group rituals, there is a fear created of outsiders, there is guilt and shame that are used as control tools. And rituals within cults can be any kind of activities. Again, even non-religious cults have rituals and just things that you have to do or procedures you have to follow or methods you have to enact. Every single time there's A, you have to do B. Every time X happens, you have to do Y. These can become ritualistic. And these rituals in cults often are practiced or done because they are producing emotional highs or emotional lows. And of course, the highs are things that people strive for and they want, and they will go through all sorts of jump through all sorts of hoops in order to get back those emotional highs that the cult gives them. Cults enforce isolation and often engage in fear or phobia induction. And of course, there is us versus them thinking, which involves a lot of emotion. And there is shunning, and there are public humiliation or shaming rituals. And all of these things are emotionally manipulative behaviors on the part of cults, and purposefully so, because when you can manipulate somebody's emotions, it is so much easier to control them, to make them do what you want them to do, or force them to comply with rules or, rules basically that they have to follow. For example, you could have a lonely college student who joins a religious group that showers them with attention and affirmation, and people definitely do love affirmation. And once they're committed members, that same love and attention is withheld as a way of controlling the person and incentivizing them to follow orders or comply so that they can still feel accepted or loved. And emotions, of course, as I mentioned, often drive reasoning. We explain away contradictions because we want to keep feeling safe or loved. So rather than serving us in an objective way, our rational layer is working overtime to justify the emotional comfort that we're getting from a relationship or a group. And if that group or that relationship is abusive, then the cognitive, the rationalization layer has its work cut out for it, but it still does it. And it's very, very, very good at that. And that's why I mentioned confirmation bias earlier, because that's one of the key tools that the reason layer uses to deny truth and keep the emotion satisfied and stay in the cult, for example. Okay, so then we come to morality, or the moral layer. And this layer is a little deep. This is, in fact, it's very deep. It's right up against your identity, or your core idea of who you are and how you see yourself. The moral layer is very, very basic to us. And it's not just rules that we follow or what we think of as good or bad. That is very much part of it. But that's not all there is. Morals rub right up against our sense of self. And so our deepest sense of right versus wrong, of identity, of justice and purpose, morals are what give us a sense of an ordered world. It's our ideas of how things ought to be. If you were to take a piece of paper and write down all the things that you believe should be this way, or this is how the world should look, this is how people should behave, this is what they ought to do, this is all coming out of your moral layer. And it's very context specific and very involved when it comes to human beings. These are not simple, basic, black versus white kind of ideas. Our moral foundations are complicated because they are created by our social interactions from the time we hit the playground. And even in our family, early life, with family dynamics, we are learning what's acceptable. How should I act? What can I say? What can I not say? What can I do? What can I get away with? And what can I not get away with? Those lines are being drawn for us our entire life by the circumstances and contexts that we're in. At work, you act a certain way. At home, you don't have to act that way. You have a different set of rules or ought tos and that you operate on. At least most of us do, right? Some people take their work home with them, but you know what I mean. You're different. You're a different person with your friends than you are with your coworkers, than you are with your family. Often we have different versions of ourselves, and those different versions are driven by that moral layer that tells us what is and isn't okay to do in these different circumstances. And also, not just, I really want to make sure that it's understood that it's not just what rule set we're following, but it's also the very basic concepts of what a well-ordered world looks like for us. At work, maybe it's a chaotic place, and maybe it's a dumpster fire of chaos and confusion, but that's how we think it ought to be. So that could be our moral layer. Just, no, it's supposed to be chaotic and crazy. Whereas you go home and everything has to be in its right place. And I want to be able to find things, and I want to be able to know where my shirts are, and my long sleeve shirts, my short sleeve shirts. So you order things up very differently at home, maybe, or maybe it's a chaotic confusion. Whatever your moral foundations demand for you, that's your morality. And it's hyper individual for each person. I'd say just as much as fingerprints are. We all have and develop our moral foundations over time through our lives. And all of these layers, everything that's going on in them is changeable, right? Is subject to change and modification. We can actively, our sort of core consciousness is our decision making ultimately, and we can decide to change at any time. Sometimes our decision-making processes are co-opted by our rational layer telling us we must not change, we cannot change, and we are given false information about how we can't change. So it's not that we always are aware of the fact that we can make changes in these things, but they are changeable. I wanted to make that clear, that none of this is written in stone and is something you are fated with or stuck with. But the deeper you go down this REM model, the harder or the more effort it takes to change. You can change a thought. You have 10,000 thoughts a day. They're very, very changeable. Our moral foundations, what we consider right and wrong, that can take some real work to change. They don't usually change on a dime. We don't suddenly one day think, oh, it actually is okay to just steal whatever I want from whoever I want. We don't tend to make those kind of decisions in the moment. So as you go deeper, the amount of work or discipline or effort it takes to make changes can take some more time or some more work to do. Okay. So if that's what our moral layer consists of, it too is very, very exploitable by cults. In fact, this is the layer that when the cult gets to it and starts messing around with it or redefining our moral framework, this is where real power can be exerted by a group on an individual, and where they can become very, very different versions of themselves. For example, you can have various ways that cults will exploit morality to reinforce commitment. Yeah, that, like as mentioned, you can create some of the most profound changes in someone if you can alter their moral layer and bind them to the group and its dogma, kind of like super glue. This is what we see when we're looking at radicalized terrorists or suicide bombers or other violent events, right, which we've seen recently springing from cultic belief systems. Someone can join a political cult because they believe they're defending freedom or justice. And of course, this ties right in with the emotional layer. I mean, these things are interacting constantly. And leaders, a cult leader, for example, could frame their ideology as the highest moral truth. And that can make followers feel righteous and superior and very justified in carrying out extreme actions. When morality gets hijacked, emotions follow, right? I feel proud to be on the right side. And the reason layer bends all into pretzels to support it, right? The evidence must be fake if it contradicts my group, right? Fake news, right? This is not just, in one group or another. This is just human behavior all across the boards. People will bend their logic into, like I said, into pretzels in order to make their morality make sense. And I gave a couple examples here on the slide of we're defending freedom or truth, the path of righteousness, right? And even God is on our side. I mentioned here, Gott mit uns. This was the German version of that in World War II. That symbol there, Gott mit uns, God is on our side, was literally on the belt buckles of German soldiers as they ran around doing their German soldiering. So governments, militaries, cults, they get a lot of traction exploiting the moral layer of our behavior. Okay. In fact, there is a kind of pattern to how cults exploit our REM stack, you could say. There are infinite variations to how they do this, but in general, they hook emotions, frame the morality, and then the victim rationalizes belief in the system. And I'll go over a couple examples of how this works. For example, you could have a social group, a book club. And in that book club, people are there to read books and talk about them. Very social, very friendly, not a problem, nothing culty, nothing weird going on, until a particular book shows up about personal growth. And let's say the person who organizes the book club really gets into this book. And they think this is not just a book, it's the book with the truth, and starts working on the other book club members to believe the same thing, and uses emotional hooks or emotional needs to kind of push them into this idea that the personal growth is the most important thing and is the most centered and needful thing that a person could engage in, and starts getting other people to agree with this. And as they're sort of corrupting or pulling in people's emotional needs to reinforce this idea, of course, people's reasoning is working overtime to justify this. Oh, absolutely. This book club suddenly goes from a part-time, nice sideline activity that you're doing to a very important thing, to the most important thing in the members' lives. And their morality actually starts altering to be loyal to this book club group because of this truth that they now feel this book club has and is giving them. And so it, of course, becomes the most important thing. And so very, very rapidly, one of the moral equations that cults operate on almost exclusively is the ends justify the means. And so as long as you're trying to achieve the ends of the group, anything goes. And so that could be a place where that could happen. I've literally watched that happen in a book club, which is why I use that example. Any group can become a cult. You establish that codependent relationship between the leadership and the followers, and you start using emotionally manipulative and morally compromising dogma and truth, and people get all wrapped up in it. You could also, of course, have a business, a multi-level marketing scheme, which has promises of wealth and freedom framed as morally good, right? You're helping others, you get to be a boss, you get to be this, the captain of your own ship. And there's a lot of emotional manipulation or a lot of emotional appeal that can go into that. And then because the emotions are becoming more and more committed to this business and this idea of an enterprise, they can start feeling like they're going to miss out if they don't put more time and more effort, and somehow they're not making money doing this, and somehow their social networks, because when you get into an MLM, you start recruiting your friends and your social networks, trying to get them into this business. And it's more than just a business. It's a life-changing opportunity to be your own boss and captain your own ship and take charge of your entire life, don't you see? And it goes from more than just a job to a totalist system that has taken over your entire life. This is a very, very common problem amongst multi-level marketing schemes. And in fact, one of the things about MLMs is they actually purposefully create this in their members and their followers, is this desperate need to make the money, make the money, make the money. But there's no way for them to make money in an MLM system. They're literally in a financial trap that they can't work hard enough to get out of, because there is no way to get out of it. But they don't know that. I mentioned earlier how if you don't give everybody all the facts at the beginning, then they're not able to calculate how to get out of it because they don't know what's going on really. And there's nowhere where that is more true than a multi-level marketing scheme. So that also acts very much like how a cult acts. Then, of course, we have politics, which is a very, very unpopular thing to talk about when it comes to cultic behavior. Nobody wants to think that they're acting like a cult member when they're involved in politics, but these days, this is more and more of a problem. And propaganda in cults or in political spheres, propaganda often appeals to the moral layer, saying things like, we're the true patriots, and we are the they usually bring the word blood into it somehow, right? The true blood or something. There's also a lot of appeal in political groups to emotions. This is almost 99% of what these groups are about, whether it's instilling fear or riling up fear or riling up anger towards the others or towards political opponents, and counterbalancing that with pride. Lots and lots of pride, us versus them. And we should be prideful because we are the elite, we are the special, we are the chosen. This is all very, very emotional manipulation. And of course, as a result of this, the reasoning gets all twisted up to justify these beliefs. And so people can end up saying things like the election was stolen, and all this interference from the other side. They're out to get us. They want us dead. They want to murder us. All of these crazy ideas, and you're wondering where these ideas come from. It's the reasoning layer working 24/7 to justify those emotions and those moral foundations that have been sort of sabotaged by the group and its propaganda. Okay. Then, of course, there is the matter of retention or holding on to members. There's the recruitment side of things, and then there's the holding on to people. And group reinforcement of morality is a really key way of holding on to people. When you tell people and you get them to believe that we are special, chosen people, it becomes a duty, an obligation, which is the moral layer, to stay in the group, even if you see things that you disagree with, or you see bad behavior or even abusive behavior, because there are strong moral anchors that hold the person there morally. They can really go to town justifying why those abuses are exist, and why sometimes the logic can even be twisted up that abuse is necessary and important in the group. We have to treat people this way because look at the mission that we're on, and look at the ends we're trying to accomplish. Anything is justified in order to create paradise on earth, a better world, a world free of the libs, or alternatively, a world free of those right-wing nut jobs. Both sides can totally double down on these moral foundations that justify all kinds of awful behavior. There are also cycles of emotional highs with love bombing, or the euphoria that groups can induce in group encounter sessions or group meetings or rallies. You can create these very emotional highs and also alternate that with emotional lows, fear, shame, punishment. And this creates a cycle that we call in psychology trauma bonding, where you dish out enough emotional highs that a person becomes it's a similar way to how addiction works. You become addicted to these highs, and the lows become more and more prevalent. The amount of abuse or punishment can increase over time, and there's fewer and fewer highs and more lows. That tends to be the general cult experience, by the way. And this can bind a person to a group because they are chasing those highs and they endure the emotional lows, the punishments or the disciplines or the shaming, because they know that, right around the corner could become another emotional high is coming my way. That even if it's just the leader expressing approval or admiration, or in a domestic cult of two, you could have an abuser as a domestic partner who dishes out every now and again moments of love or reward or approval, and children or a domestic partner might be chasing after that and endure an awful lot of abuse to do so. And that phenomenon is called trauma bonding, and it can be quite powerful. And of course, in terms of retaining people in cults, there's all kinds of manipulation of the rationalization layer. If I leave, I'll lose everything. Or, they're persecuting us because we're right. Those people, so I need to stay here. I need to be part of this. So all of these layers are constantly exploitable in order to keep a person in, not just get them in the first place. So the good news is that this model also offers us a way to not just look at cult recruitment or retention, but also recovery. This works both ways. The model offers us ways of helping to recover from a cult or abusive situation. For example, using in the reason layer is particularly important in recovery because it's where we learn and process facts and evidence and new information, which can help us change our emotional reactions and needs and our moral foundations. We can use our cognition to change those things. We can learn critical thinking skills. We can spot cognitive distortions. We can fact check instead of rationalizing. And we can learn to do that. And also, of course, psychoeducation, learning about the psychology of ourselves and the psychology of manipulation and influence can be vital to people so they can learn how they think, and how their thinking is so easy to exploit, because it is. And also they can learn why emotional intelligence is also important to develop. Then we come to emotion in recovery. The emotional layer is obviously involved in recovery too. We have a lot of emotional baggage and whatnot to address due to the coercion and betrayal and trauma bonding that happens in the cult. And it's messed heavily with our emotions. So we have to address trauma, establish boundaries, rebuild safe relationships, and learn emotional regulation. And so a former cult member could learn to recognize love bombing for what it is instead of mistaking it for genuine care. And that way they'll be set up so they can't so easily be love bombed in the future. But because they now understand more about their emotional life and emotional reactions, they can experience real love and not have to run around distrusting everybody every minute of the day, because they understand themselves and their emotional layer. This is something that right now society in general is not very tuned into. But we can fix that with education. And then we have the moral layer in recovery. Morality is the deepest layer and therefore can be the slowest or most difficult to access or change. In cult recovery, we re-examine beliefs. We separate authentic values from those imposed by the cult. You can distinguish one's own identity from that the cult imposed on you. There's an idea in the ex-cult world about the pre-cult personality versus the cult personality. And this is a very, very true thing. In almost any cult activity, the personality of the cult leader or leadership is idealized and made out to be that everybody should be like that person. And in Scientology, for example, we used to tell ourselves or ask ourselves all the time, well, in this case or this situation or this problem that I have, what would Ron do? What would L. Ron Hubbard do in this situation? And that's how we should solve this problem. See, is I should do what Ron would do. And you do that over and over and over and over again. And after a while, you're not being you, you're being Ron. And you're rewriting your own concepts of your own personality and who you even think of yourself as. And that is what you take apart and re-examine and sort of distinguish and pull apart in cult recovery. And often it takes a little bit of examination of our moral conflicts and dilemmas and ideas in order to address those identity issues. Because again, the moral layer is right up on top of how we see ourselves and how we think of ourselves. So, someone leaves a political cult and, but could keep their genuine desire for justice, right? They have a moral foundation that is very strong about justice. They want justice in the world. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. So a cult can take that and exploit it and use it for the cult's ends. And when you come out of the cult, part of recovery is seeing that it wasn't the need for justice or the desire for justice that was wrong. It was what the cult was doing with it that was all messed up. And that's what you pull apart in recovery. So these layers, these layers of the REM model can make us vulnerable, but they can also make us strong. And by understanding them, we can heal and we can become a bit more resilient. And that is a key word in cult recovery is resilience. So what are the takeaways here? Cult influence is not about weakness. It's about being human. And the REM model can help us see how manipulation works and how recovery is possible. And when we understand how our psychology is preyed upon, we can protect ourselves, we can support others, and we can build communities that resist cultic control. So, thank you very much for giving me this chance to talk about all of this today. And that is what I've got. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there. And again, thank you. And it looks like I timed it perfectly. So there you go. That's the end of my presentation today. Thank you for listening.
That was fantastic. Truly, truly amazing. I have so many notes, Chris. Thank you so much. Like Sarah said in the comments, she's so glad you're covering all this. It's really important information on how cults operate, and like you said, education is the way out of this and getting better. So I really appreciate it. We will see you in the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
See you at noon. Bye-bye.
right into my presentation. I'm going to share my screen with you guys. Bear with me here. Right into my presentation. I'm going to share my screen. All right, here we go. Hopefully you can see my screen okay.
Yep.
Let's minimize that. No. Let's see. Let's do this. Hopefully you guys can see my screen okay. Let me just get out of that. All right. So today's topic, becoming cult proof. I come to you today as someone who, yes, is a seminary trained trauma recovery coach, someone who identifies as having experienced these antics. I'm someone who wants to help in the clinical mental health field on this topic, just trauma in general. But I'm really coming to you today as a survivor of cult antics in my own life. This individual here at the bottom, you'll see a photo of Dr. Yanya Lalich. That's her name. I recommend checking out her content. She'll be quoted throughout my presentation, mostly because I really think it's important to follow all types of cult experts. We can learn from anyone from any walk of life, regardless of their faith background on this matter. Dr. Yanya helped me out, particularly in my journey of recovery. She may be able to help you out as well. The reason I really like following her is because she is a survivor of cults herself. And that's how I identify as well, cult-like behavior. And then she was in a full-on cult. There is a spectrum, but it really doesn't matter. If there's damage done with culty behavior, it is what it is. It's damaged. So we're going to jump right in. This is my handle here. You can follow me on Instagram if you want to see more of my content. A lot of it does touch on cults and trauma and narcissistic abuse. For some reason, I'm not able to make it go to the next slide. I'm not really sure why here. Let's get out of that. Bear with me here. Technological issues. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That's the next slide. I'm not sure why it took so long to pop on. Okay, so the definition of cult, according to Yanya, is any type of charismatic, authoritarian leader that demands total and complete loyalty. Loyalty to them, their institution, their mission. And these groups are going to use all types of antics to get you to fall in line. Right here on the right, you're going to see a picture of Keith Raniere. He is the founder of the NXIVM cult that got busted over pandemic. They were located in Albany, New York, kind of close to home. I'm in New York City. And I started watching the documentary on HBO called The Vow. And it covered a lot of Keith Raniere's antics, the things that he would do to his members. And what was fascinating to me when I was watching this documentary about a cult was how much I resonated with some of the survivors and how they were experiencing Keith Raniere. The gaslighting, the manipulation, the coercion, it all hit close to my heart because I had been experienced this at the hands of people who told me they were servants of God, that they were pastors. They were my pastors. They were people that I were following and giving my submission to. And I was exhibiting signs of trauma and didn't even know it. It was deeply embedded in my body. And so I started waking up in 2020 when I realized, why do I resonate with some of these women who followed Keith Raniere? What I found fascinating about Keith Raniere was he presented what he had to offer as a self-help group and not really what his primary agenda was, to sexually exploit women and take advantage of them and encourage other women to engage in human trafficking. It was presented as one thing, and then ultimately it was another. And Dr. Yanya Lalich also identifies that as an aspect of being in a cult. Okay, so Yanya here further defines the key markers of a cult. It could be a group, institution, a denomination of a church even, or it could be between just two people, a significant other, romantic relationship, you and your boss, your roommate. It could be two or a huge group. Within that relationship, here are the trademark key features. There's going to be enormous power imbalance, and there's always going to be that hidden agenda. So remember, Keith Raniere told these individuals following the NXIVM cult, you're gonna be in a self-help group. That's what this is all about. It wasn't about that at all. It was about him having access to women and their bodies and getting them broken down, break down their individualization, brainwash them, get them in that trauma bond that we heard from Chris about, and get them indoctrinated into following him and trusting him fully so then he could exploit them in the way that he wanted. Now, it may not always be sexual, but that's a common way people are taken advantage of and how power is exhibited in the relationship. It might be financial exploitation. It could be labor. It could be sex. It could be just about anything. But rest assured, there's a power imbalance, and the perpetrator in the cult dynamic is the one benefiting, and the victim is the one being depleted. Almost certainly, there's always going to be abuse in the cult antics. Every time. So I'm not talking about an isolated event. If you're going to a church, let's say, and I bring up church because I'm trying to keep my talk as faith-based as possible, because that was how I experienced cult antics. Let's say you're going to a church and you have an isolated event where someone hurt someone, and then there was a conversation about it and maybe even resolution. That's a telltale sign you're probably in a healthy church. If there's resolution, reconciliation, and apology, that's not a cult. A cult is ongoing mistreatment, and that's the definition of abuse. Mistreatment in an ongoing manner. So you'll see oftentimes that that's really what sets the cult apart from the institution. It's not trying to be anything other than what it is. It's unhealthy, and it unabashedly is that unhealth on a regular basis. Where it gets tricky, and I think Chris probably touched on this based on what I was able to catch at the tail end of his talk, where the cognitive dissonance comes in and that disconnect of it being a cult is they're not saying they're a cult. They're saying they're good for you. And then you experience the cult-like behavior. I think for me, I'd add on to this list, a trademark sign of being in a cult-like environment is they're saying they're one thing and they're clearly their behavior is another. And that's why you often hear mental health professionals say, make sure people are living out what they say. Because if not, that's a big fat red flag. Okay, so this is an important slide, one I really want to touch on that's very important to me in talking with people who might feel some shame or confusion about why they were targeted for a cult. A lot of people think that's because there's something wrong with them. There's this stigma around being targeted for mistreatment, abuse, and we internalize that shame. When we don't really understand what's happening to us, we want to find a problem, and oftentimes victims of mistreatment and abuse will blame themselves, and they'll internalize that shame for the perpetrator. And so they think that they were recruited because they weren't smart enough or they were uneducated. I want to let you know that if you are being targeted for a cult, it really says a lot about how wonderful you are, to be honest. It could say also some things that you might need to work on, and maybe that self-awareness that we'll work on. We can talk about that together, but it probably says a lot about how fantastic you are for the most part. So if you're thinking and you're listening to this, I can't be recruited for a cult, then you probably are more of a target than someone else who's aware that they might be recruited. I'm going to talk a little bit more about how cults work, how they present themselves further on in this talk. But for right now, let's talk about us. Let's talk about, why have you been approached to be recruited? Why was I? Well, cults target people who are trusting. So, you need to ask yourself, am I a really trusting person? Do you trust people easily? What about philanthropic? That's a big one. Do you like to give away your money and time? Because that would be pretty attractive to a cult leader. Idealistic. Do you believe the best in humanity? That would be really a great thing for a cult. Why would you assume they had nefarious intentions when really just believe the best in everyone? Maybe you're hardworking. I know this for sure based on the work of Dr. Yanya. Cults don't generally recruit lazy people. They recruit people who like to get up out of their seat and to give. Are you a giver? Are you into acts of service and you are readily able to do so at a moment's notice? That would be great for a cult. They love to thrive off free labor. So they're definitely going to target those hardworking individuals. They're going to go after you if you are intelligent. And you know why? After they're finished breaking down your self-esteem and your individuality, they're going to indoctrinate you with their belief systems. They really like to work with people who can write and communicate that message well. So the smarter you are, that actually doesn't prevent you from being recruited. That makes you more of a target, because you see, coercive manipulation, cult-like tactics, they're not coming at you necessarily through what you've read in school, what you've studied in school and what you know. They're coming at you here in your heart, in the ways that you've been designed by God that are beautiful. They're coming at you with things that you actually need, and they're planning on exploiting those things. They're going to go after if you're a committed type person. You'll see on the right of the screen, I have this married couple. They're not necessarily going after married couples. They're going after people who are commitment oriented. You could easily be single and brought into a cult as well, but you generally are probably a person who likes to belong, pledge allegiance, become that member. If you're that person's like, sign me up, I want to be a member, you're great for a cult. So we've gone over a list so far of things that are really positive that could be a reason why you're recruitable material for a cult. Let's talk about some things that are a little harder to talk about, but are a big part of why you may have been recruited, and definitely why I was recruited. So at the end of the day, we're all humans who need to be seen, need to be loved, need to belong. We all go through suffering. So let's say that you're in the middle of moving to a new city right now, and you don't have any friends. You're socially vulnerable. Let's say you just unfortunately lost a loved one and you're grieving that loss right now. And you need a distraction from that pain. You're vulnerable right now. Let's say that you're single and you've been trying to date and find the love of your life, and you haven't met that one, and you're starting to feel insecure about it and like you don't belong. You're vulnerable right now. Cults know how to find individuals who are at that crossroads where they're vulnerable and they need that attention. They need to be seen. That in and of itself isn't a problem, that need. What I'm most frustrated with what cults are doing, and really angry too, is they take that human vulnerability and they use it as an opportunity to exploit that person who just needs a friend, a real friend. And they're coming to that person as a friend, but they're not really their friend. This is what's so scary to me about cults, is that exploitation of what it means to be vulnerable as a human that we all face. No one should feel ashamed if they've been targeted at one of these vulnerable crossroads in their life. This is a problem with the cult and the recruitment tactics, not with you. But you do need to be aware when you're in a season of vulnerability, and decide now in advance to be ever watchful while you navigate that season. Be careful, because that would make you a target. Also, we'll have a whole slide where we get to talk about people pleasing. People pleasing is a big part of why someone might be recruited to a cult. People who want to submit and serve and give and obey to make themselves feel like enough, worthy. Another word for it is codependency. They would be perfect fodder for a cult. So one thing we're going to cover later is really what makes cults so appealing. And I think, Chris touched on this as already, and I'll expand. They're not coming to you and saying, hey, we're a cult. They're going to come to you, like I said, Keith Raniere was a self-help group, but they're going to come to you as anything other than that. They're going to offer you, like I said, the things that you actually do need in life, things that God said are good. In Genesis 6, he says, it's not good for man to be alone. And that's not just about marriage. That's about community and about belonging. We're hardwired, made in God's image and design to be connected. That's a need that you have currently today. The question is, are you going to put it in the right hands? Cults are going to come forward and they're going to offer you this sense of belonging that you need in life, that connection, that community, that family, and that purpose, that meaning. They're going to offer you all these things. You're going to feel seen. Maybe you have a wound or an insecurity that needs attention. Here's an example. I feel like I'm a really good singer, and I just feel like no one's ever noticed that I can sing, and I just really wish I could use my gift and bring it into a group and have it acknowledged. Well, I'm going to let you know that individuals that recruit for cults or cult leaders, they're going to find out what that wound or insecurity you have is, and they're going to come to you with that opportunity on a silver platter. They'll come say, hey, Jordan, you know what? We noticed you have a fantastic singing voice. We'd love for you to lead singing at this thing. And then after you're done singing, everyone's going to rush around you and affirm and celebrate. Another big red flag with these institutions is they're just very interested in you. And at first I could feel really good, but I think after what I've been through, that would be a big red flag for me. Why are they so interested in me? Not as a cynical, jaded, way, but just understanding how love bombing works. This is what they do. They come to you as angels of light, and they're anything but. We're going to do an exercise in a minute to kind of help us become aware of where we're vulnerable. But last, maybe you're an intellectual person who really doesn't want the frou-frou, the frills of just like being in a touchy-feely group. Maybe a group comes to you and is like, we're intellectual deep thinkers, and we want to analyze science. It could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. And they'll come to you and be like, let's just think together. Let's belong together in this group that just like breaks things down and just discusses it really well. So it could be a fashion company. It could be a sportswear paraphernalia. If you listen to the podcast A Little Bit Culty, that's led by Sarah Edmondson and her husband, Anthony Ames, they are survivors of the NXIVM cults. And on their podcast, they have survivors of every type of cult you can possibly think of. I recommend listening to it so you can see that these antics show up in just about any genre. But if you listen closely, it's the same thing over and over and over and over again. Cluster B personalities, diagnosably antisocial individuals, or people on the spectrum leading to that. People with narcissism or narcissistic traits. They're not diagnosable, but they're definitely exhibiting those traits. They target people in the exact same way. There's almost like a recipe for how to get you, and they all follow it. And as a Christian and as someone who believes in the spiritual realm, this is where I get like the heebie-jeebies. It's just like, that is so weird. Like, if you listen to all the stories and it's the same thing over and over and over and over again, how are they doing that? What are all the cult leaders getting in a room together and be like, okay, step one, and they have this manual for how to break someone down? How do they all know how to do it? Like, they've all been through some special training. For me, that speaks to the fact that there's some force behind them that's like an ancient hatred for humanity. And this stuff works. They all seem to know how to do it. I think this is what Paul is referring to when he talks about spiritual warfare. So the cult's going to come to you saying, welcome to our family. And you're so kind, and kindness matters. We're kind, you're kind. Come on in. Come join our cult. Mark Vicente is also a survivor of the NXIVM cult. He is a documentary and filmmaker, and a lot of his content that he happened when he was in the cult is what makes up the documentary called The Vow on HBO, which I highly recommend. And he has repopularized Dr. Yanya's, I think this is originally her quote, but he's really brought it to the forefront of society's consciousness right now. He boldly states, no one joins a cult. They join a good thing. And a longer version of that is they join a group they think is going to help them. So I want you to know, Mark knows, I know, cult survivors know, you're not joining a cult. The chances of you becoming cult proof and going to the seminar and then moving forward in society, like, now I won't be able to join a cult because I've been educated. That's not how, in my opinion, this is going to happen for you. Is that you could go to the CultProof Conference and still be recruited into a cult just fine, because it's not going to present itself that way. I think in order to become truly cult proof, you have to do much more deeper inner work than just becoming educated. Education's great. It was a great place for me to start, but I also ended up in therapy And I know that therapy is expensive, and I know that not everyone has access to it. So get all the therapeutic help that you can, where you can, if therapy is not an option for you. I want to be sensitive to it's not an option for everybody. Go to Dr. Ramani's page on YouTube and start pouring through her information. Get Dr. Yanya's free resources. I will be providing a resource page just for you to begin to investigate. And some of the speakers that speak into this, they're not just educating, they're trying to get you in touch with you. And they're trying to help you be the one that helps you and identifies being responsible for you ultimately, so that you're not tempted to let someone else do it for you, which is one of the gateways to being recruited to a cult. But to be clear, if you are recruited into a culty relationship, institution, don't be ashamed. Learn about this stuff enough so that when it happens, you can say, hold up, this sounds familiar. I think I remember Chris Shelton talking about this, or Jordan mentioning this, or I think I remember hearing about this. What is this? You know what? I'm going to take a step back. I'm just going to calm down, regulate my system, and I'm going to lay low, and I'm just going to watch. I'm going to start analyzing the fruit. At the end of my talk, I'm going to go over just 3 simple questions you can ask any scenario, so you can be a little bit more alert of like what's going on, but it brings you into the equation. How do you feel about what's going on around you? So that said, I've been talking for about 25 minutes. The studies show that your attention span just kind of stops at 21 minutes. So thanks for getting this far in my talk with me. I want to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to do that break together. Wherever you're at, I just want you to kind of move around in your seats and just stretch. I'm going to stretch with you. Just move your arms around, move your neck around, put your arms over your head. Just get comfortable in your seat. Take a deep breath. Whew. Breathe in. Whew. Shake it out. Put your feet flat on the ground. Put your hands on your knees. Just get comfortable. Maybe sit up straight. Maybe crack your back a little bit. But we're about to do an exercise together, and I want you to be comfortable, and I want you to have as few distractions as you can, okay? If you're focusing on your knee pain or your back pain, you're not going to be able to do the exercise quite well. So I just want to also let you know that this exercise we'll do together is a shortened, quicker version of what I would do in a session coaching someone who's trying to become cult proof. If you like, you can close your eyes. I'm going to close my eyes just so I can really focus on doing this exercise with you. So just close your eyes and get comfortable in your seat. Sit up straight. Both feet planted on the ground, and just breathe in and exhale. Breathe in and exhale, and just keep breathing in. Getting really still and really focused on you. Maybe ask yourself, how am I doing? Am I doing okay? Am I okay? How am I? Whew. Get in touch with that. Start focusing just on you. Keep breathing. Breathe out. Okay. I want, with your eyes closed, if that's what's comfortable for you, to, now that you're asked yourself how you're doing, you're in conversation with you right now, and you're just having a moment while you're breathing in and out, getting oxygen, and relaxing. Just, you're about to be asked and invited to go into a hard part of yourself, a part of yourself that doesn't get a lot of attention. But you're going to go in and you're going to ask yourself, what in my life is really painful about me? What am I insecure about? What is really hard for me to look at? And what do I want no one to know that I'm afraid of and that I feel shame about? I want us together to go and look at that thing. If you're a Christian, invite God to come in and do it with you. Because under his affirmation of your identity in him, he's going to give you the strength. What is it I am ashamed of? What is it I am insecure about? And go look at it while you're breathing, and just go look at it and name it. Give it a name. All right, you ready? Here we go. We're going to go look. Do you see it? Do you have that thing? Does it have a name? Okay, I want you to grab it, and I want you to give it a really big hug. Imagine yourself next to this thing, and I want you to give it a really big hug. And I want you to speak to it and say, I see you. I got you. And we're going to heal this together. I'm not going to bury you any longer. I'm going to bring you with me into the light right now. And we're going to talk about this together. We're going to work on this together. Come on, let's go. I got you. All right. Let's open our eyes. Let's come back into the room that we're in. I have my thing that hurts, that brings me shame. And God doesn't want us to feel shame. He doesn't want us to loathe ourselves. He doesn't want us to feel that we're undeserving because of anything, because of what Christ has done for us. So when you stop and you spend time with yourself and you go into those dark corners of your heart and you grab these things and you bring them up to the surface, you're becoming cult proof. So whatever it is, that thing that you found and you identified, whatever it was, broken relationship, a circumstance you're not proud of, something you've done in the past. Maybe you stole something. Maybe you hurt someone badly and you never said sorry. Maybe there's a part of your body you don't like. Maybe just on a fundamental level, you don't want anyone to know, I don't know if I like myself. Whatever it is, you have it now. And I want you to make a promise to yourself today that you are going to take responsible for healing that with you. And you're not going to delegate it to anyone else. Because rest assured, a sophisticated cult leader is going to find out what that thing is pretty quickly. And they're going to offer you on a silver platter, I can help heal that. I can make you feel good about this thing. And it's a lie. So the more that you're in touch with you and you take responsibility for you, you're going to be more cult proof. So when someone comes around you and says, oh, hey, I really like this thing that you're deeply insecure about, you'll say, thanks. This used to be something that I was insecure about, but you know what? I'm good now. I've tended to it. Find a coach, find a friend, find a therapist, find a community that can come around you and help you have the autonomy that God gave you, God-given right to autonomy, to take care of those wounds with his help without needing to rely on someone else. Now, don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying community isn't helpful, that groups aren't great. Ultimately, though, your weaknesses, your vulnerabilities, and your wounds and insecurities are going to be the way that someone gets in. Start healing them and acknowledging them now on your own, and you'll be that much more cult proof. I promised you that I was going to talk about codependency, and here we are. Remember that people pleasing on that list of who do occults target? Maybe you grew up with the book The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein, a book that I grew up with. And I read this book so many times as a kiddo, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is such a great story. It's so beautiful. And I guess I wanted to be this tree, but guess what? I grew up and I was exactly like this tree. And now this book, and I can't read this book now without getting a little bit triggered. I don't know if it really is for children. Sometimes I wonder if it's for adults. It's that deep and profound, but it's a book about codependency. And after this event, you should go read that book again and then ask yourself, is this really what, children should aspire to be like, Maybe you weren't the tree in the story. Maybe you felt more like the little boy. I don't know. Everyone's different, but this is a story about a tree that has no boundaries and is willing to sacrifice itself for the needs of a little boy And at first, it just seems so innocent. But here's what's fascinating is that the little boy grows up into a young man, and then a middle-aged man, and then an old man. And so the boy isn't a boy anymore. The boy is a man who should know better. But yet the dynamic never changes, no matter how old the little boy gets. There's a lack of reciprocity. There's one person in the relationship who's giving, and there's one person in the relationship who's taking. This is trademark for being in a culty situation. A nefarious intent is going on here. An imbalance, you can call it an antagonistic relationship, a narcissistic relationship, whatever word you want to put on it. It's not healthy. It's definitely not love. And we're going to go over later the Christian view of this and how I can prove it theologically. This is not God's design. But notice there's a lot of enabling going on in the story. And the story would have you believe that at the end of the day, all this happens and the tree was happy. But look, the tree is a stump at the end of the story. But the tree was happy, but not really. Is it even a tree anymore? This is the perfect image of what culty antics and relationships will do to you if you let it run its full course. You'll be a fraction of yourself. You'll be so diminished to a point where you're not even identifiable as the thing you once were. That's how bad it can get. And I don't think this story is beautiful. I think it's a warning. And I think that we should use it to teach children of what is right and wrong. It could be reframed and it doesn't have to be thrown out. I know there's a lot of nostalgia around this book, but it needs to be talked about in a way that's honoring what's really going on here. Clinical mental health perspectives and their implications. If you've been in antagonistic relationships, that means anyone on the spectrum for narcissism, sociopathy, psychopathy, you are going to potentially exhibit some of these symptoms. Now, not everyone's the same. Two people in this group could have gone to the same exact cult-like environment, and one could emerge with trauma and the other person would be completely fine. Just because you're in a potentially trauma-inducing experience doesn't mean you're going to emerge with trauma. Not everyone will. I don't know why. Some people are more prone to trauma than others. It could be their family background. It could be the way they're genetically hardwired. I don't know. I just know it can happen. So you might have come out of a really unhealthy relationship and not have any of these symptoms. But if you've been in an environment where there was ongoing mistreatment and it was relational, you probably could have symptoms that are connected to CPTSD, relational trauma, and that it could be indicative of what you might see with PTSD. So the nightmares, the flashbacks, the hypervigilance, the can't catch your breath, disassociation, intrusive thoughts, the numbing. So your body just starts coping with full-on disassociation. I didn't add on here, but I should have. 80% of people who struggle with addiction, 80% of them have trauma in their past. So, you could cope with alcohol to kind of survive unfortunate culty-like experiences. But there's going to be a recovery process that's needed one way or another for a lot of people coming out of cult. Some people could shake it off and be like, well, that wasn't healthy and move on. Other people are going to have to retain their sense of self, their autonomy, their critical thinking skills. This was somewhat covered in Chris's talk, this trauma bonding, which is really serious on a physiological level. Basically, the research is showing that when you are entering into a trauma bond with an abusive person, remember that recipe I told you about? It's like they all have this handbook of how to abuse, and they will do something called intermittent reinforcement, which is one day they're really nice to you and love bomb, and then the next day they withhold and they're cold or mean. The next day they're nice to you, and then the next day they're not. What that's doing in one's body without anyone becoming aware of it, no one's ever aware of it, is the days that your abuser is nice to you, your body releases oxytocin, the love hormone. The day that they're mean to you, you're not really sure why, your body releases cortisol, the stress hormone. And that intermittent reinforcement of, good days, bad days, which is the abuse cycle, it chemically creates an addiction between the victim and the perpetrator. So if you're looking from the outside in on cult survivors, if you watch the documentary The Vow, you're going to many times through the documentary ask, why didn't they just leave? Well, they're trauma bonded to Keith Raniere. They're chemically addicted. And the science says that the brain looks exactly like the brain of a heroin addict, that your body becomes so reliant on that oxytocin hit to alleviate the stress of the cortisol, it will do anything to get that oxytocin hit again. So what do you see? The person running around trying to please the abuser so they'll be nice to them. So when I started understanding the science behind how cult survivors think, I was amazed to find out how they're hardwired. But the good news is that neuropathology can be rewired. They're not stuck in addiction. They just need a chance to go through withdrawal symptoms and heal. And so if a victim can get away from their perpetrator for just a few months, about 3 months, they can stop the addiction cycle and then beginning to regulate and to heal. I also just want to eliminate some of the shame connected to survivors who might feel, why did I stay so long? And maybe even encourage you to not judge survivors of narcissistic relationships or cults. When an individual is trauma bonded, or when they're being pushed through antics into hypervigilance or the limbic part of their brain, so the reptilian brain, fight or flight or freeze or fawn, without a victim knowing it, they can get pushed into that part of the brain. And the prefrontal cortex goes offline. That's their logic center, their center for reason and critical thinking. So the abuse was to break down their critical thinking. That's been pushed offline. So if you're looking at a trauma survivor from a cult or any kind of antagonistic relationship and you're like, why are they doing what they're doing? You're barking up the wrong tree. None of what you're seeing is going to make any sense. They're in survival mode. Their body is literally saying we're in danger. And so they're maybe going to fawn. They're going to try to appease their abuser. Maybe they're not running like you think they should. They're freezing up. So a lot of the individuals in cults are probably exhibiting one of those two trauma responses. It doesn't mean they're happy. They could be slapping on a face and they could look normal. A lot of the stuff, you can't see it. And to ask it questions like, why this doesn't make sense? Why didn't you blah, blah, blah? Because they're not online. They're in survival mode. So that for me should alleviate some shame from survivors. And that for me has created a posture of, yeah, I'm not judging these people. I have compassion. And since I've been there and I look back on my own behavior and it made like no sense, I'm not judging anybody. This is just a sad situation. I'm going to hold responsible the people who are actually the problem when it comes to the abuse antics. So this in the bottom right corner is Bonnie Pease. She's a survivor of the NXIVM cult. She's married to Mark Vicente. And she was once telling people, she says this in the documentary, The Vow, she was telling some people at a cafe, how she got recruited. And someone responded to her like, I guess you were just really trusting. And then she responds, not anymore. And I think this is one of the tragedies of having gone through this and survived it is you emerge a very different person. And there are some aspects that are sad about that, this loss of innocence. I think it's not something you want to go through, but if you come out of it just feeling cynical, jaded, I would use it as an opportunity to fuel your education and become cult proof and go back into the world and know you can find healthy people. You can re-engage again. Just give yourself the time that you need to heal, acknowledge what's wrong that happened to you, and just go through a season of healing, which might actually look like incredible fatigue. You can't imagine getting back out there again and associating with others because you're just so exhausted. Don't be surprised if you need like 4-hour-long nap out of nowhere, maybe even after this event. If you need to take a nap, I'd be like, yeah, did it bring up some stuff? And now you're exhausted? Yeah. Your body's going into a freeze state. It thinks it's not safe. So it's causing you to stay still because it's not sure if you're safe. One of the things I work on with clients is to try to rewire the brain so that their brain knows they're safe. And one of the ways that you can tell your brain it's safe is through reasoning of like, hey, no, we're okay. Even right now, if you're feeling tense, grab your shoulder, be like, you're okay. I got you. I got you. Let your brain and body know I'm here now. I'm not offline. I'm here in the room and I got me. With God's help, I got me. We're going to get through this, and we're going to rewire our brain to know it's not in danger. It is, in fact, safe. This stuff can be really complex. It is just so dark. It's the epitome of darkness. And I'm just thankful the mental health world has put a language to something the Bible really has already talked about. Wolves in sheep's clothing. And here's their fruit. It is not good. On to the next. Okay, the Christian response. A lot of people are surprised. Excuse me, I'm going to take a drink of water. A lot of people are surprised I still have my faith after some of the abuse I've been through. I think what was so comforting to me when I was healing and went in therapy was to find out that my body knew all along I wasn't being treated right. It started breaking down. So I was talking to my therapist about it, and she was like, so your symptoms are indicative of she's a Christian. Your symptoms are indicative that there is a design. There's a way that God made you to be treated, and you didn't get treated that way. So your body started falling apart. And I had been taught my body was a liar. It was broken. It was deceitful above all things. It was dirty. And I realized that my body was actually trying to send me clues before I was cognitively aware I was being mistreated. My body was trying to help me out and send me warning signs like warning, warning, warning. You're not being treated the way God designed. I mean, when I learned that, there's a book about it called The Body Keeps the Score. When I learned that, it just changed. That is intelligent design being proved through the trauma symptoms, somatic symptoms in my body. There is a way we're supposed to be treated, and God won't be mocked. And when people violate that, that's when you see illnesses, mental or physical, because of abuse. So that for me, I don't know why, for me personally, that just really was like, okay, well, I'm not letting these abusers rob me of my faith. No way. So then I started getting back into the word. I'm seminary trained, but I had lost touch with a lot of my theology and a lot of my Bible reading because of abuse. I just felt I connected it to the abusers because they were pastors, and I just felt so lied to. I just didn't know. I was so damaged. I didn't know which way was up. I didn't know which way was down. I had to undo all the gaslighting. It was so painful. But I really started kind of getting back into the word about 3 years ago, and I started writing down evidence that I could find in the Bible that Jesus and the Trinity know all about these antics, and they're trying to protect us with their words. So here's what I would tell an abusive pastor now who wants my submission. Remember that blind loyalty they feel entitled to, but it's to them, not for the Lord. I would tell them now, servants, you're a servant of God and you're an ordained man. You're not above Jesus. And Jesus, on the last night before he was murdered and then resurrected, he washed the feet of his apostles. My question back to leadership is, how are you washing our feet? How are you serving us? This isn't about you and me needing to do my role and follow you around. How are you showing up for Jesus in my life? Remember that reciprocity is so important. You need to know the Bible so you know what their role is for you. This isn't about you falling in line as a Christian in churches and just following these people who just want your loyalty. It's about the context. What's the dynamic? What is the submission dynamic they're asking under? And we all have submission dynamics. You have a boss at work. We have a president. We all have submission dynamics all around us. There are laws everywhere and rules are supposed to be. If a pastor is asking for you to submit to them because that's your role, the first thing you should be asking is, what's your role for me? I'm going to be following pastors that sound like Paul. I'm the chief among all sinners. I am not following pastors who indicate in any way, shape, or form that they're perfect. And this is actually what gave Paul the license and ability to be who he was, the first missionary and the greatest probably apologetic teacher ever, who was recorded for a reason. Listen to how he approaches these topics. You think you're a sinner? Well, you got nothing on me. I mean, wow, I want that type of leader. I'd follow Paul, no problem. Why aren't we seeing more people sound like that? That's the standard. Jesus says to love your neighbor as yourself. So look at the context. Jesus wants you to love your neighbor. What's the context? As you've already loved yourself, not loving your neighbor so you can go and love yourself. It's Jesus loved you and died for you. Love yourself because he loves you. That's what he wants. Jesus wants first and foremost for you to love you. No shame. There's no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. He wants you to know how much you're worth every minute of the whole day. Do you love you? Okay, from that context, then go forth, and from that filled up cup that he filled up with his love for you and your love for you, then go love your neighbor. So the Bible is not pro-abuse and it's not pro-codependency. It's pro-context and pro-standard. This is the standard. You are called to love you. And if you do, you're going to be cult-proof. Much more so, even if you get recruited and tricked. Well, they lied to you, they misrepresented, but you're going to wake up much sooner if you're recruited because you love you. You know how you're supposed to be treated, and you're not going to accommodate any double standards and any lack of reciprocity, period. That's the rule. That's the standard. That could lead to being cult proof. All right, so we're going to just line them all up. So far, we've identified at least, sorry for the siren, we're in New York City. I knew it was going to happen at least once when I spoke. A very loud siren to go by. Welcome to my whole life. So far, we have looked at Dr. Yanya Laidlich's definitions of a cult. We've identified a modern day cult, Keith Raniere's cult next, and we've looked at some of the symptoms, the followers, what they went through. We've talked about codependency and how they really gotta get in. We've talked about the Christian standard and using the Bible as a way to speak back to abuse. Let's line up everything we've looked at so far and let's compare and contrast. I am still a Christian. Therefore, and I'm a cult survivor, cult-like environment survivor. I have a standard that I need to see fulfilled in order for me to feel as if God's design is playing out and that I'm actually safe. So let's line them up. A cult leader is going to say, look at me. Whereas a humble, real pastor is going to say, yeah, you look to Christ. I'm here to help you do that. The relationship that you have between you and him is paramount. And I'm here to help you get to that relationship. But that's my role, is get you to look to him, get you to look to God. A cult is going to mimic the ways of the world. They consume and eat people up. They take from them. Whereas from a healthy, filled up cup of love for self, you then go serve your neighbor. Not to save yourself, because it's your joy to do so. But in a healthy environment, everyone's being served. Not just a few handfuls of people, everyone. In a cult, you're not going to be allowed to set boundaries without getting in trouble. Ooh, no, you're not allowed to need anything. And then in a healthy environment, institution or church, it's going to be, of course you can say no. We're so glad that you were honest with us. Is there anything we can do for you? In cults, you're never going to really hear the leader say, I was wrong. You might get you may get an apology, but here's the distinction. You'll get yeah, I'm sorry, but you won't see follow through with changed behavior. So it's a fake apology. You're never going to see a real apology from a cult leader. Whereas a real leader at an institution that's healthy is going to say, I'm really sorry I hurt through. And you're going to see change behavior. You're going to see that they really meant it with how they behave. In a cult, they're never going to confess to man or repent to God. It's not going to be real if they fake it. It's not real. Again, there's not going to be that fruit to prove that it's real. In a healthy institution, and especially in the church, the gateway into the faith is first things first, repent. How can you be a true follower of God if you can't be wrong? So there's people who identify as Christian and said they've converted, and God identifies them as wolves in sheep's clothing. I send you out like sheep among wolves. It's not real. And you're going to say, well, they say they're a Christian. I don't care. Anybody can identify as anything they want. Is it real or is it not real? And the Bible says, well, how do you know it's real? Look to the fruit. Look at the fruit. That's how you know. But if a Christian's hurting you, I would say if you're not a Christian, you're listening to this, Christian's hurting you, look at the fruit. And, there's a standard. I invite you to know what the rules are from the Christian perspective. Know the standard. Feel free to call these people out who say they're Christians and they're not. I'm doing it as a Christian. There's a standard and they're not following it. So let's call it out. In a cult, you must conform to belong. Whereas in the church, everyone gets to be different and consistently. Then you're not like you convert to Christianity, you're not Greek anymore. You're a Greek who's a Christian. You're still Greek. You're still a woman. You're still a man. You're still a Jew. You're still you, and all that diversity is beautiful. And then we become one. And it's the most beautiful image you ever saw, the melting pot of Christianity and that oneness through a commonality in Christ. That is the great level playing field. This is blood. But in a cult, no. You all need to be the same. And then maybe we'll give you that conditional love, right? So some cults, you need to be married in order to be in that cult. In some cults, you need to be single and you can't have any kids. In the true church, you should be allowed to be single or married without facing any retaliation, period. And I would say this is the main way I've experienced the patriarchal cult infiltrating the church. And how do I know? Well, scriptures say clearly it's okay if you don't marry. Meanwhile, has my experience been I'm not allowed to stay single? Am I allowed to be single in the church? Every time I've entered the modern day church, the answer is no, you're not allowed to be single. So I would say that's one thing as a Christian, we need to clean that up. Why are certain people treated better in the modern day church based on their circumstances? It says in Acts 2, everyone came together and they had everything in common and no one was in want. This is diverse image of commonality, and everyone had the same value and worth despite circumstances. So I imagine really rich men hanging out with widows and they were talking like equals because of Jesus. I would like that to experience that one day as a single woman. I would love to experience that. And the Bible makes it very clear circumstances are not a barrier. Why are we making them a barrier? That's an example that I can provide right now of cultiness in the modern day church. It's not the Christian standard. And then in cults, there's going to be a double standard in the church. The same rules apply to everybody, but actually the leaders are held to a harsher standard. In a cult, you're going to see the leaders are the exception to the rule and they get away with murder. In the church is, the pastor takes communion too because they need to. They also have incredibly high standards for how they're supposed to perform. And the question I have with every church is, are they? Are you holding them to that standard? And you have a right to do that as a congregant. You're allowed to observe and take note if what you're seeing is healthy or not healthy. And then the cults are going to be like conditional love. You got to earn it. Whereas the epitome of the church is Christ died for you while we were yet still sinners. So as you are. And then from that love, would you like to respond and take that love? That's the dynamic. It's incredible. It really is. I love you as you are. And that love stands. Will you join me in that love and we respond to that love by following me? That's incredible. You would never experience that in a cult. Okay, so a few minutes left. I want to be conscientious of time and just wrap up with everyday life. You're trying to get through the day and trying to avoid antagonistic relationships and cult-like environments. How do you take what you've seen in this talk so far and apply it right now, today? There's usually 3 questions that I would ask to help you navigate discerning if you're in a healthy relationship or environment. First is, what is the standard? So like I said, I'm a Christian. So I have definitions for what love is. Yeah, it's patient, it's kind, it's not self-seeking. And then I also take those concepts and I apply them even more specifically. For me, love is not paying women less on a church staff than men. That's not love. And if you're going to do that, I'm going to need to hear some theological justifications as to why, right? So what is your standard of love? What's the standard? And where's the standard coming from? How do you know if what you're looking at is healthy or not healthy? And it's going back to that being in touch with your value systems. And maybe you're thinking, well, I just started joining a church and I haven't been discipled yet. And I don't know. Well, I realize that we all deserve a chance. We all need to grow. We all deserve to have that chance to find out what we believe. But go start that journey. Start asking those questions is like, what I'm looking at, love or not? How do I know? Go to a lot of different resources. That's another way to protect yourself is don't go to one well for all your information. Go to a bunch. Go to a bunch of people who identify as like, I know what love is, and look and listen and learn and discern and trust that you can learn, that you can be, we call it in Christianity, discipled, but trust that you become educated on what is the standard. Then take that that faith, that ideology, however you want to define it, I consider it my faith, and take it into the situation and honor the standard. So you're taking that and you're saying, is this situation we're in, is the standard being honored? How do I know? So what's going on? What is the scenario? You know, maybe you're in a group environment where people are being pushed out because they're not conforming. Is that love? Is that loving? So in that case, the standard is not being honored. If you're still not sure after you've asked these first two questions, always follow who's benefiting from the antics of what you're seeing going on right now. And so I usually advise people to follow the money, because that's how in our culture we really express benefit. Follow the money and you'll get your answer. You'll find out, seems like every single time there's some sort of conflict and something is instituted or mandated, the same person or the same group keeps benefiting over and over and over and over. The question I have back to you, is that healthy? Is there reciprocity in that? Probably not. Is that normal? Is that biblical? You're a Christian. You see this going on in a church. It's like the only people that get to benefit are this demographic every time, and this group's left high and dry. Is that biblical? Is that what we see in Acts 2? That's not what I see in the Bible. Is that healthy? And does that need to be called out and talked about? You know, and if you do you get in trouble? Interesting. Those right there are huge examples, great examples of red flags and how to find them. All right, a couple of Bible verses to end on and to leave us with. Like I said, Jesus said, I send you out like sheep among wolves. And then he says, be as gentle as doves and as wise as, anyone know? Serpents. Be as wise as a serpent. Why would the Bible compare you to a serpent? You know, based on what we know about Genesis and the garden, right? Well, you know, our number one enemy is what can eat us. And if you're emulating dove-like behavior and you're acting like a dove, what do snakes eat? They eat birds. Oftentimes, they sneak up on them and they get them. The Bible's asking you to don't be in the world, but don't become like the world. But when you're in the world, it would be understanding the world. Think like your enemy. Think like the one who's trying to deceive you. Understand in any way, shape, or form that you can, the antics of an antagonistic personality style. Get on Reddit, get on Quora, research all survivors' experiences. Sorry, it's my alarm saying I got to stop talking. Research survivor stories and find out what their experience was like and learn from them. Because our best teachers are the survivors of these experiences. And so learn to get in the headspace and the mindset of a snake, and you'll be that much better protected as a dove. And then it says last verse, put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand up against the schemes of the devil. If you look closely in scripture, over and over and over again, we're given imperatives by the apostles, by Paul especially, to do something personally, like us. It's not saying have your pastor put on armor for you or wear armor for you or have your pastor put on armor for you on your own body. It says you do it. You do it. It's like, this is like a tag, you're it. You are responsible for discerning and having the wisdom and the wherewithal to navigate the horrors of this life. And however hard it may be, I want to empathize with that. This is not easy. I send you out like sheep among wolves. This is dark. But yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for your rod and staff, they comfort me. And those are the protections that we have from God, but he's giving us each other as protection, stories, wisdom, helping you build up that discernment, surrounding yourself with healthy people that love you for you with all your flaws. So your self-esteem is appropriately lifted up so you're better able to ward off these battles. But this verse is about tag your it. Put on the armor, get in the word of God, get in good, healthy community, start working out that muscle of being able to discern what is healthy and what's not, using those questions on the previous slide to learn how to do it. What's the standard? Is the standard being honored? Who's benefiting? And those are great ways that you can become cult proof. That is the end of my talk. My references are here. I have provided these to Delaney so that she can disperse them as needed, but they're a quick screenshot of, and feel free to grab these now, just places that you can go and research and learn, podcasts and books and whatnot to begin to further educate yourself on all things cults and becoming cult proof. Thank you for listening. It's been a pleasure spending time with you, and go Godspeed. be wise like a serpent, and be gentle as a dove, and stay safe out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. That was fantastic. I also like Chris's presentation and Sarah's. I have lots of questions, and we'll get to them in the panel. But for now, anyone listening, we'll take a quick break, and about 5 minutes, we'll start with Shawn. Thanks, everybody. Awesome.
Thank
A technical difficulty, which is standard operation as we've seen today.
All right, dare we try this again? Thank you for anyone watching, bearing with the tech difficulties. It's been a challenge for some reason today, but real quick, I'll redo that introduction. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, everyone who has participated. Really excited to get into the panel. You guys have brought a diversity of thought that I'm really excited to talk about. For anyone listening from other audiences that are not ours, I'm Delaney. This is my father, Shawn. You probably can't even see me right now. Let's fix that. The production is horrible today. I'm sorry, everybody.
It's fine. It's good.
I'm Delaney. That's Shawn. We've partnered with Grady Risley, Sarah, who presented at the start of today, and many others to bring forth what we're calling Yeshuans. It's an educational platform that teaches our perspective, which is biblical fulfillment, meaning that the Bible and prophecy in it have been fulfilled completely. That leaves us with a perspective called subjective Christianity. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. The tech. Anyway, subjective Christianity, meaning we are very opposed to cults and people being involved in our personal faith. So Shawn here, I'm not sure what he's going to present, but hold on to your hats because I'm sure it's going to be good. And here we go.
All right. So let's start this again. I want to thank Delaney. She does a wonderful job of really balancing like 300 plates in the air, including technical things of which I have no knowledge. And so she's really great. And I'm really humbled and grateful to be able to share the stage with the profundity of the information given by Sarah, Chris, and Jordan. And I say their information is profound because by comparison, what I'm going to say is going to be like a teenager chewing gum and arguing with a cop. That's just how I do things. And so I'm a sold out Christian with very different views than most. And I'm going to rely really on the only thing I really stand upon in my personal perspective of life. And those are insights that I've garnered over a lifetime of testing almost everything that has come in my world and said, we are true, we are right, follow us, we know what's going on. Relative to today's topic, I'm of the opinion that everything, I'm radical, so just consider, but I think everything on this earth is a cult. I think everything operates from the microbiological to the macro. In my limited estimation, it's because in this world, everything operates on rules and laws and structures, operational models that work in the material world of the here and now. And I'm not going to be talking about the microbial world, the insect cults. They have cults. The insects have cults. If you break the rules, they're going to kill you or something. And animal cults. But because we're human, I'm going to stick to the macro level where we readily discover cult-like principles surrounding us everywhere. And all these points have been made by our speakers. Of course, these cultures all exist on a continuum. And they're polarized at two ends on the continuum of being a culture or a cult. We have benign cultures and we have malignant cultures. And understand, I adore benign cultures. I really love them so long as they remain benign. Really tough to do. Our family was blessed with an opportunity to go to Hawaii last year. And while we were there, we visited a place called the Polynesian Cultural Center, which sits on the north shore of Oahu. It's owned and operated by the Mormon Church, where I came from. And I see Mormonism as an amazing amalgamation of benignity and malignancy. in the way that they operate their organization. And anyway, at the Polynesian Cultural Center, it leans so heavily toward the benign. The cultural expressions at the center were amazing, not only in their foods and their lifestyles portrayed and their clothing and their dances and singing and grooming. But what made it all really beautiful to me was that outside of subtly pitching the LDS faith a little bit too subtly, they did that for my taste, but nothing that was presented there in the Cultural Center was imposed upon the visitors as musts, and or were presented as being superior to other cultures, and they were all freely shared except for the cost of admission and offered to anybody who was in that setting who was there to learn or participate. And so, in other words, there was no punishment at the Polynesian Cultural Center for those to accept or embrace the information and the cultural applications that were presented. Similarly, I really love the world God has made and world cultures that are benign when they blend with each other. And as I rejoice in my heart when I see Black people at a punk conference, a punk concert conference, white people who are worshiping at the AMC church, or first generational Vietnamese or Hispanic kids out on a public basketball court. You can tell they don't know how to play, but they're trying. They're trying to learn that cultural activity. And, you know, when you watch kids of any race, culture, age, gender, learning how to ski or surf or skateboard touches my heart. And if I know anything about benign cultures, it's that the promoters and participants of them openly and without agenda invite all people to join in, participate as they are. Come as you are. We heard that line kind of mentioned a couple times today by our presenters. And to freely allow any individual to be what they are amidst their respective cultural expression. So benign culture, really beautiful part of life. I'm not against those. They're cult-like, though, because they're built on a set standard of rules and demands that have to be adhered to in order for that culture to exist and to be identifiable from other cultures and differentiated from things that oppose it or are, like I said, different than it. So obviously, you take cowboys or ranchers or rodeo riders, they all bear unique distinctions that make that culture unique. And if we erased those distinctions, we would erase the culture. And therefore, the culture of Mexican cuisine is not the culture of French cuisine. And American capitalism is not the same culture as North Korean communism. You get the picture. Because all cultures have distinctives that make them unique, whatever unique group someone chooses to belong to is, in my mind, all things considered, acceptable. I don't care if you want to belong to a cult. If someone freely wants to belong to a cult, who cares? I mean, as long as they're not, brainwashed, and we could argue that, and as long as they're free to choose that, like they're of age and etc. I personally don't care what a cult is about. I think we people should have the liberty to belong to one. So long, however, as the cultural distinctives do not become demands for others outside of it to be accepted as being a human, of deserving to be treated with love and respect and equality, or as long as it doesn't bring condemnation upon others in the name of God. That's when I start to get riled up. Unfortunately, in my experience, cultural distinctives almost always, when we really think about it, morph. into cultural malignancies somewhere along the line. And before we know it, condemnation, rage, division become the modus operandi of its prejudiced members. More troubling to me is these nascent malignancies ultimately can, have, and often will turn to flat-out hate and ultimately violence if they're left unchecked. To make this anecdotal, as far back as I can remember, I have sought to detect cultural appeals around me, especially when they start to lean in malignancies. And so from, teenage fads to the Weltgeist of Hegel, these fugly, cancerous, exclusive organizations founded on groupthink may serve the cause best, but are ruthless to individual liberties and accept all people. And instead of acceptance, all people should experience in this life. I cannot fathom a malignant culture that thinks it has the right to look down on another human being. And I mean that without exception. Irrespective of the culture and its apparent value to humanity, listen, when anything, anyone, when any activity, belief, idea, practice, political stance, socio-economic way of life, religion, gender, racial preference, political party demands that it is one, best, better, and superior to others. Two, it imposes itself on others in that light. Three, it mistreats or diminishes any or all others who don't agree. And four, punishes those who don't agree or conform, from the subtle to the overt punishments. Then the seeds of cultural malignance have sprouted and should be readily categorized, at least, and minimally identified to warn people who are unsuspecting. I think that is like a human duty. If you see somebody innocently joining the Manson family, don't we have sort of a duty to warn them? They might not know. Of course, when we get into that fetid pool of cultural malignancy, there's a shallow end, like fist fights that break out at a sporting event between the opposing fans. That's at the shallower end of cultural malignancy. And then all the way out to Scientology and Jonestown, early Mormonism, or any group that operates off totalistic methodologies. But malignancy is always present and threatening the peace and unity of the world. So because I came into this world really different, I could assimilate, but I was very different from other kids. I started testing cultures, kind of unknowingly, until around 1976. And that was when a burgeoning and altogether unique punk scene hit the Southern California area where I lived. Prior to that distinct moment, I, like everyone else, was trying my hand at different cultures as a means to find my identity and my strengths and to see how I could be cool and where my place was in the world. I noticed with fascination how kids that I was friends with over the earlier years found an identity in a certain cultural expression, sports, academics, theater, partying, whatever it was. And I would be amazed how we were friends before they joined that group, but how that friendship ended once they found their identity in that group. It's been a mystery to me my whole life. I just don't get it. So I could not understand why kids who were my friends one year treated me poorly the next just because they found an identity as a football player or preferred hard rock over easy listening. What was about me that they couldn't still be my friend? And those things drove me nuts. By ninth grade, I hated that I couldn't be friends with people who were odd and different and who adhered to their own cultural affinities if I wanted to be accepted by the larger community. If I wanted to be popular, I couldn't hang out with the geeks. These were the rules, and of course, we all know this is nothing new. The film Breakfast Club is a great picture of this, right? Cultural worlds clashing in a detention Saturday where the kids start to see that they really have more in common than they think. I remained kind of a lone wolf agent for years, trying to associate with everybody, never really being allowed to belong to anything because I could never fully embrace or become what the groups wanted me to be. I would try to retain some of my independence. So this all ended when I was in the backyard of my parents' house in Huntington Beach, and I was digging in the dirt because my dad was making me, and we had the radio on, and you guys have heard, if you know me, you've heard this story. And, you know, from the LA radio station K-Rock, a band that I'd never heard of was presented to the audience called the Sex Pistols. Now, not knowing anything about the band, I immediately could not help but resonate to the sound because it sounded so authentic and real, and it spoke to my very human heart, and it really has remained with me till this day, especially when I meet other people who resonated to the same. Now, in Los Angeles, the early punk scene, and people don't know this or believe it, but here's the thing about it. It was very much like early existentialism, in that it could not be defined by parameters, by anything concrete. The LA punk scene was not like the UK punk scene or the New York punk scene. The New York punk scene was a little bit similar, or the DC punk scene, but the LA punk scene was whoever you are, whatever you look like, no matter what instrument you want to play, well or poor, a tuba, a violin, a bass, a rhythm guitar, whatever it is, you're welcome. That was the earliest punk scene in Los Angeles back in the late 70s and early 80s. It was an open thing of being and not a closed system of musts. And this ethic has helped me and Delaney and Grady and Sarah and others contribute insights into what we think are necessary changes in this day and age that ought to occur in the faith. What made the early LA punk scene resonate so readily in my heart? I was not only shamefully guilty of participating in the junior high school practices of cultural malignity toward others, but I was also a constant victim of it. And there were few things more painful to me as a kid than wanting to belong as a different soul in a world of similarities. And so that pain, those demands, and every single criticism of my person expressed by malignant culturalists formed a worldview within me that said, way back then, something is wrong when human beings control and treat others poorly based on a demanded set of objective rules and culturally mandated ideals. I've looked high and low to understand cultural malignancy ever since, and today I want to explain it through something I do not understand anything about. Literally ask my family and friends. But it came to me when I was writing this up, and that is I want to explain it through mathematics. See, there are some people in the world who govern themselves and relate to the people around them through what I see as simple cultural arithmetic. And they see other people and the groups to which they belong through addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. I'll talk to her because she looks like this. Plus, she said this. Plus, she lives in the right neighborhood. Plus, she's smart. Or, I cannot accept her because she smokes, subtraction, has a buzzed head, subtraction, or whatever it might be. By addition and subtraction and multiplication and then ultimately division, those souls calculate the world around them, individuals and groups, and accept or reject them according to the sum they have come to. Cultural arithmetic, in my opinion, is the lowest form of cultural malignancy in our world, and it's typically found, I don't mean to offend anyone, in people whose cultural exposure is limited. I would say the Appalachian Mountain people, but I would never do that. Of those lacking experience, of those lacking education, exposure to different people, or who also come from really horrific backgrounds where they have been mistreated. They just quickly judge and assign and calculate, and that's it. Older men are often, and older women are often prey to this kind of cultural arithmetic. My parents, really good, dear parents, were really good at cultural arithmetic. I mean, it was so simple. You know, you bring one type of girl home, mom is pleased. You bring another type, mom is not. That's called cultural arithmetic. Forget getting to know them. Forget caring about them as humans. Just do the arithmetic and you know how to think. The second form of cultural mathematics, which, like cultural arithmetic, I see as malignant, is found in expressions of cultural algebra, which is a focus on forms and shapes. So while broader and more nuanced and complex than basic arithmetic or math, cultural algebra is what unfortunately governs most political, social, religious mindsets in our world. In cultural algebra, there is more diversity generally allowed, but there are also some rigid parameters that define the group and its members, creating an immediate us versus them mentality. This is the shape of a triangle. If you fit in that, you are okay with me. Step outside of that, you're not. This is what a conservative looks like. It's a zomboid, whatever they call them. This is what a liberal looks like. This is the way a Christian lives. This is the way a Christian votes. This is the way a Christian speaks. This is not what a Christian is. This is not of God. They are not of God, right? Malignant, cultural algebra. In the least, it serves to define what people hold dear, at least. And unless others comply, they will be categorized, dismissed, and looking to last week's sad events, even shot when standing up to express their opinions. Worst of all, cultural algebra in the hands of religious zealots may actually go so far as to say that a person doesn't know God, isn't loved by God, is going to suffer hell from the hands of God because they don't fit the shape that men have decided others need to conform to. This is a Protestant. This is a Mormon. This is a Hindu. All of these go to hell except me and my people in our little rectangle, circle, whatever you want to say. Because they speak like me, they think like me, they dress like me, they live like me, they have the same sexual proclivities as me, they're married like me. We do it all the time. Comport yourself to this form, and then we will decide whether we will love you and accept you as a human being or not. Algebraic cultural forms are readily loved in the material world because they do create unity. Among like-minded believers, they create certainty in a very uncertain world, and they give belonging when most of us are terrified of being outcast, terrified of being maligned and alienated. So in the end, cultural what was it? Algebra. See, I don't even know what the word is. Cultural algebra works. It works. And because it works, every culture is exposed to people trying to configure those borders on their behalf. Instead of bringing peace, however, real love to individuals and understanding to alienated and vilified people groups, their very existences almost always produce the opposite. What can we do? Is there a better way? After decades of personal analysis of the sacred text and deep introspection and being an active observer of my fellow human beings in groups, we suggest that it's time that we move, listen carefully, into an age of cultural calculus. With calculus being, quote, mathematical study of rates of change and rates of accumulation, end quote. Mathematical calculus, not cultural, is divided into two broad categories, with the first being called differential calculus, finding instantaneous rates of change or derivatives, they say, or integral calculus, finding total accumulation or integrals, with those two branches forming what are called the fundamental theorem of calculus. You want to know what will blow your mind? It blows mine. I thought calculus was created and known by a guy back in Greece. Calculus was developed independently by Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz in the 17th century. Prior to them, it didn't exist. Calculus did not exist, proving to me that humanity and everything that's important to us can, should, will evolve, change, should be seen at its highest levels of more fluid rather than more rigid. Just by this mathematical explanation, calculus provides a powerful framework for solving problems where simple mathematics, algebra, and even trigonometry fails. Cultural calculus allows for progressively understanding behavior, quote, as its input approaches certain values. And this will include things like derivatives, integrals, inverse operations, and of course, the inevitable and acceptability of change. This is higher thinking. This steps away from the mathematical calculations of addition and subtraction and from algebraic forms that we fit each other into. This is not to suggest the anachronistic or the anarchist, abandonment of arithmetic and algebra in society, into lawlessness, into an orgy of individualism. I'm not suggesting that. No, we still need stop signs, police officers, corporate bylaws, community policies, all that stuff. Because at the algebraic level, we have to have form in order to survive. But hear me, please, when it comes to God, to his creations, his love for the world and all of its inhabitants, the lower mathematic assumptions have, will, and continue to fail us. We can sense it in the air today. Everyone's talking about it. I don't care what their beliefs are. I mean, as the passing of the old guard of religious and cultural patriarchy, of religious law and malignant cultural forms that have lasted for a couple thousand years fight tooth and nail to kill what challenges them. What made the early LA punk movement so appealing and influential on me way back when? Everyone was welcome to be a part of the movement if they wanted to be. Long hairs, short hairs, every race, every gender. One of the premier punk bands who apparently sold out were the Go-Go's. They were a band of girls who were first punks, and then they changed their style so that they could become popular and make money. But everyone was free to come to the table and share their idea, their thought, and all were accepted. Not through cultural arithmetic or algebra, but on the foundation of motion, openness, change, adaptation, along with other factors which were part of the much more healthy early scene of the movement. Of course, as we all know, every human endeavor, collective or an idea, remember the distinction, every human endeavor tirelessly strives to differentiate itself through all sorts of bad decisions and malignancy, so as to capture and control and fortify and ultimately profit from the collective power of the group. Like Chris said, humans are tribal. We fear what we do not understand, and we typically kill what threatens or frightens us, if not with weapons like they did of old, then with words and rhetoric, and even as of last Wednesday, a bullet. God, it's no surprise then that the early punk open market scene was quickly standardized by unseen forces into acceptable algebraic forms and models that quickly began to operate by simple arithmetic, forever losing the open invitation for all to join in the scene. In very short order, long hair had to become short or shaved. Black clothing was the only thing that was allowed. It became the uniform. You know, uniforms are huge with cult-like thinkers. The Tommy Bahama shirt of evangelicalism, the Mormon suit of white shirt and tie, the Catholic frocks, the baseball uniforms of every sport team in the world, all uniforms. And also with the punk movement came destructive living and attitudes rather than the open market freedom that it once enjoyed. In that specific decline of Western civilization, pun intended, the doors to free expression closed quickly, and frankly, the whole thing became a very dangerous thing if you were different. I watched that happen. Back in high school, I convinced my buddy, Dave, he was a football playing kid from church, to go with me to see the Germs and Fear play at a punk venue near our house called the Cuckoo's Nest. And Dave sported a haircut similar to Tom Petty in the day. And he wore clothes that, looked more like they belonged on the beach, like an Aloha shirt and white shorts, which was fine with me. I didn't care. He was just going with me. But that was not fine with those at the concert. And punk in those early days of cultural malignancy had elected themselves this king. He was known as X-Head. And X-Head was the king that decided to reign over different concert venues. And he, in the midst of this sweaty room, decided to focus his malice and hate on my friend Dave. And suddenly I look over where Dave was standing, or I thought was standing, and he's in a reverse headlock by Exed. Exed has Dave's neck in between his arms, and he's holding them like this. And there's a crowd of these mindless, malignant punks screaming, break his neck, break his neck. I'm not kidding you. This is a true story. Somehow I was able to sort of intervene, and I was able to break through and grab his hand, and he grabbed mine, and I pulled him out, and we left. And as we drove home, I started to realize that this same mentality, this cultural arithmetic that's so banal, so animalistic, even this algebra was going on all around us. From our parents and our neighborhood at our school, but worst of all, most sinister of all, you guys, it was going on then in the 70s and 80s in the church we attended, where in that organization, the dismissal of black people, gay people, poor people, divorced people was not just the norm, it was promoted by the leaders we had. I was part of it. I watched it. I didn't know what to do, but I knew what was happening. After nearly 2 full decades of testing cultures around me, vetting to see what they really operated on, I woke up to the only culture in existence worth belonging to. There's only one in my estimation. It was a culture that said, fuck your fear-based arithmetic. Fuck your comfortable algebraic forms. Fuck your narrow, pinched-nosed, God hates everyone but you trigonometry. By God's good grace, I was able to start living by his spiritual calculus that honestly helped me to refrain from dropping the F word as much as I normally could, and said to my heart toward others, increasingly, I love you as you are. So does God. If you want him, he's there. If you don't, he loves you. And so do I. He wants me to treat you in his cause and name with love and understanding, long-suffering, and patience. It's long fascinated me that the founder of my faith taught that loving others because we approve of them means nothing. He said something to the effect of, even so do the publicans, right? Instead, he taught that his love is present and operative when a person chooses to love those who are different than we are, who treat us poorly, who are even our enemies, who hurt and harm us and despitefully use us. That's a quote from him. And that we love them because they are creations of God, no different than ourselves. Looking around today, that faith has become malignant, like Sarah and Jordan and Chris alluded to, demanding conformity or to be cast out. His love believes all things. It hopes all things. It endures all things. It calls his children to be peacemakers, to be kind, to be patient, and sure, if asked, to share the hope that's in us. If asked, if the Spirit moves, without condemnation, without those algebraic boxes we try to push people into because our churches tell us that's how people must be, must think, and must live. When I saw his cultural calculus clearly, I said in my heart, now that's a culture that I can finally accept for the simple reason the one who formed it accepted me. He accepted me. In the face of that, it's incumbent upon me as a disciple of his to accept, love, support, go the extra mile, believe in, help, educate if they want it, leave them alone if they want it. One of my favorite bands of all time, called Bad Religion, sings the following two lines: "We are the prey, and culture is the predator." I don't know of words more true on earth today, especially in this age of technology, from our little children adapting all these standards of cultural appropriation imposed upon them, how they look, what they should look like when they look in a camera, duck lip shit. I mean, it's insane. Our young girls are dressing like Madonna of old, or whatever else. They're doing pelvic thrusts when they're in their below 10. That is called cultural malignancy. And they're conforming because they're terrified of being cast out. We have adults spending their life arguing over the algebraic cultural malignancies that they've embraced. We have become the prey, and like Freud and Jung and Tolstoy and Baudrillard and Chomsky all realized, culture is the predator. Even this very cult-proof gathering of us 5 people has every possibility of becoming malignant in time and with the wrong people in charge. Because of this natural need to monetize and corporatize and categorize and codify every cultural expression possible, I want to wrap my time up now and try to explain to anyone interested and relative to the Christian faith what we have done, Delaney and Grady and Sarah and myself and Larry and other people who follow us and are part of us, Danny and Dave and different people, to at least try and rid the faith we love and adore from ever becoming a malignant form of culture. Or in my opinion, even becoming a benign form that must be accepted. Why? Because in our estimation, the greatest and most depraved expressions of malignant culture on earth are and have always been when people and those who follow them use the very name of God to justify their hate, alienation, condemnation of anyone and everyone who don't fit their model. All of this is especially apparent in organized religion today, as it together has turned from the fundamental teachings of its founder and has codified him and his life and his death and his resurrection into a malignant system that now includes your political party, and now includes materialism, and now includes your sexuality, and now includes an abstinence from sin, and now includes alienation, condemnation, and even death. Today, we suggest that the principles we have discovered and operate by are not limited to religion, but frankly can be freely applied to anything in this world to help prevent things from becoming culturally malignant. I have to explain to those in the audience who are of the Christian faith that our findings are all biblically based. We're not receiving some metaphysical revelation. This is all in the scripture, if you've read it. But we must be seen from a position of a thing we called fulfilled eschatology, which directly implies a victorious soteriology. Now, let me just take that in plain speech and get rid of those ecclesiastical, theological words. And it just means that everything that was necessary to save the world from the conditions that it lived in after Adam are over, completed, done by Christ. And all human beings ever since have been unconditionally reconciled to God and now are in a personal position to accept him with their free will or not, and to be loved by both him, which he automatically does, and by those who claim him as their Lord and Master. We don't see that anymore. That God does not punish his human creations for rejecting or ignoring this gift, but responds to such with unconditional love, which never fails. We maintain that this life is then a time for every person to choose how they want to live, with God and his true followers waiting in the wings to receive any and all who choose to pursue him and to help them, and to unconditionally love all who don't. When will Christians start doing this? With that under our belt, let me wrap up our time by briefly sharing what we believe is cult proof. Principles that prevent the faith from becoming a malignant cult again. What I will say are my opinions. They don't reflect anybody else's, even Delaney's or Grady's or anyone else's. They're just me. But I maintain the biblically based notion of material religion, going to church, doing what churches say, brick and mortar, affectations, rites and rituals, dogmas and demands disseminated from tradition and so-called religious authority of man are fucking over. They're over. God left the earth in the hands of the Spirit, which Yeshua said goes where it wants to go and you cannot direct it. We base this on Christ finishing everything and anything that once came between us and our Maker 2,000 years ago. Because of this, we maintain that there remains nothing any human must do to be reconciled to God. That's a foregone conclusion. And all ever since possess the Spirit of Christ in them, and it's just a means of them desiring to find it, unearth it, seek it, or not. This makes the faith entirely subjective and not objective or authoritative in any way. And because the faith is truly subjective and in the hands of the Spirit of Christ, which is in all of us, we maintain that all objective demands, which always lend to an either or malignant environment, should die a final death. I think we are headed toward that day. I think the algebra and the arithmetic, I think the coming generation is going to say, we want no part of that anymore. You guys are cavemen. You're still dragging your wives around by their hair. We ardently maintain that in this biblically described economy, every human being with the ability to choose, even if their choices are destructive to themselves or others, should always be loved by the disciples of Christ. Always. To give this a very current application, it's a philosophy that says, my God, how my heart breaks over the death of Charlie Kirk for his wife and for his family. But to be the first one in line at the prison to visit Tyler Robinson with love and care and concern. That's not what we hear anymore. Not from the Christian arithmetic and algebraic mouths and minds. We hear, let's kill him. Forget him. He's a loser. He's a scumbag. Where did the ethic go that our Savior gave us? The principle tears down the walls of religious culture and gives all who want to seek support and information what they want and as they're inclined, and respect and love from us to those who don't. Always trusting that the living God is working with them, and we can be used to help that work along. Such a love is never predicated conditionally on cultural demands of any kind. It is based on the faith of every individual and solely between each individual and God and the spirit within them, according to what their material life looks like. I can't tell you how many people I have talked to in depth and the incomprehensible abuse they have come from in their lives. It's a wonder to me that there aren't more people just going in and blowing up things right and left. The pain is so severe. And the Christian church, it points a finger and says, you're a fag because you've chosen it. I mean, it's insane what we do in the name of God, in the name of righteousness. Obviously, with this wide berth in place, compared to the demanded doctrines and practices of religious people, there's zero room for demanding anyone conform to anything culturally. Based in directives, policy, doctrines, benign or malignant in the church. If the church insists on existing today, which it shouldn't, but if it does, when the heck are we going to drop all this phony church playing and do what Jesus taught people to do? We not only wholly refrain from assigning demanded doctrines, practices, and beliefs to anyone, we obviously would also wholly refrain from demanding anyone be part of a material culture in any way under the auspices of being pleasing to God or proving themselves that they are good and righteous and worthy of his love. This means we disagree with any earthly cultural appeal heaped upon the backs of others as a means to justify their acceptance, love, and worthiness, whether it be their lifestyle, their crimes, their sexuality, their entertainment choices, their habits, the drugs they use, their political leanings, their nationality, their marital status, occupation, appearance, smell, criminality, holiness. None of that shit matters. People matter. People matter. That said, please hear this clearly, and I'm about to wrap it up. We refuse to ostracize anyone from our community, from our philosophy, based on their personal choices, with one exception. We have an exception. A rule. We do have a rule. The exception is that it comes with an exception. Okay? So it's really an exception with an exception. You want to hear it? As a means to remain cult-proof, our exception is anyone who seeks to join, follow, participate, align themselves, or accept our philosophy, tacitly agrees to love others as Christ loved them. That's our exception, which is defined as selfless, sacrificial, and insufferable love, long-suffering, etc. The exception to this singular exception, and this is vital, is that when someone who agrees to operate by love fails to do so, they are met with love. You see how that works? This establishes a cult-proof dynamic. Now, most churches say, oh, you said you would be loving, according to the way we want you to be, and now you're not. You're out. No, no, no. The exception for us, and the exception to the exception, is we expect you to try to love others. But when you fail, the response from us is going to be more love. That's the only real rule that we have. We maintain that in this way, this open, wholly subjective approach to faith in God, immaterial and unregulated by any human authority, the principles in place will serve to avoid cultural cancers that so readily crop up in almost every human expression. Don't like it? We love you. Hate it? We love you. Hate us? Disagree? It's okay. You have that right. You're an individual. You're not accountable to us. You're just accountable to God. And he loves you. So much he gave his son to pay for everything that stood in your way to come to him freely, without any obstruction or intermediary like a pastor or a bishop or a reverend or a pope or a priest. Everything you believe, think, and do is between you and your maker. We're here to do what he told us to do, nothing less and nothing more. Part of the problem, I will wrap it up, that we face for having realized these principles is the fact we continue to teach the Bible. And because we do that, people say, well, that's imposing things on people, isn't it? Okay, so frankly, we consider teaching others what we see as eternal truths as an expression of his love. But where we differ with all other objectified faiths is we admit that, one, we are probably wrong on most things. You don't hear that. You hear certainty. We're always willing to change when reasonable evidence demands it, and always have. That everyone is not only entitled to their own opinion, but in their differences, they can expect to be unconditionally accepted and in harmony with our overall philosophy of loving everybody all the time, whenever, wherever. Truth be told, I fucking hate any and all malignant cultural demands from any direction. I can't stand them. From the human justification for them to be in place to the human rationale. This is not to say that parameters and demands are not vital to categorizing people and things in this life, but that is the key. Cultural demands are, in fact, part of this material world, and to suggest otherwise shows we're naive, Pollyannish. I happen to personally believe that if someone is of age and of healthy disposition and they want to belong to a malignant cult like Waco, Jonestown, let them go. They have that adult unencumbered right, and they have that unencumbered right to be loved and accepted by Christians who won't join such groups. But this does not mean we do not seek to inform those interested of the detrimental effects such things may have on their personal liberty that we maintain God wants you to enjoy to its fullest, to be free, at liberty. In the cases of abuse from malignant cultures on those ill-equipped to rightly manage their lives, we leave that to law enforcement. We don't need to get involved in that, in my opinion. And in conclusion, and back to malignant religious cultures that use the very name of God to control, harm, and make merchandise of others, we who care deeply about the life and finished work of Christ believe that we have been fortunate to realize this philosophy, that it is not by any means another religion. We don't want another religion. And that we have realized the means to cult-proof our findings, admitting always we might be wrong. We have no authority. Each person has to decide for themselves that we love you unconditionally, irrespective of how you live or what you do. And that is what we present to you today. Okay, there's Kool-Aid at the back. Thanks so much.
Great, we're ready.
All right.
Good, you can hear me.
We can hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome everyone. This is the panel
Unmute.
discussion.
There we go.
Yes.
Now you can hear me. Okay.
We
I was
hear
like,
you. Chris,
okay, cool.
yeah, you were muted. Sarah, you're muted. I think that's intentional. Thank you all so much. I have questions, but feel free to go off for as long as you want in discussion. And I'm realizing you aren't seeing Shawn here, so we can
That's
turn
okay.
that a little bit.
They've seen enough of me.
You can hear him. Okay. Let us move on to my first question, which maybe this is of peak interest to me, but based on all your presentations, it seemed like the most essential core of solving the issue of someone falling into cultic abuse is really to help them come to know their identity, helping them see that they have a sense of individuality. Chris mentioned, at one time he lost himself as a Scientologist with the practice of deferring to the question, what would Ron do? And Jordan pointed out to self-sacrifice without boundary in Christianity and the abuse of the word love. And I know, Shawn and Sarah, you guys promote agape love, and you pointed out at one time, this isn't anarchistic lawlessness.
Right.
Like there's a line here. All these facets to me point a distinction between being an individual, owning an identity, and having to participate in culture to some degree, and finding that line of when it becomes malignant. I just was curious how you would each define a healthy approach to being an individual and developing and claiming an identity. How would you define a healthy approach to that, or just define it in general?
I can get us kicked off. I'll just say, I think to answer your question is just to acknowledge exactly what you just said. We have identities, and we're going to be putting it in something. And the question that I have with all of my identities, I'm a woman, I'm a Christian, I live in New York City, I'm a New Yorker. It's literally an identity. Is it safe? And can I lose it? Can I lose that identity? And if I do, what would happen to me? Do I still have worth? Do I get to exist? I'm really sensitive now, after everything I've been through, to putting my stock in worth in an identity that if the rug was ripped out right out underneath me, then I don't have worth anymore. And so my pursuit as a human has been to find a place to find rest for my soul, for my need for identity, which is I will only put all of my worth into an identity that is absolutely safe from now on. And I've chosen to do that by putting my identity into the care of Jesus Christ. And I want to let you know, if you're listening and you haven't done that, you are going to put your identity into something. And maybe you're a woman who just really wants to find an identity and getting married and having kids. And those are really good things to want. And they're really good identities. Being a wife and mother, that'd be amazing. I'm single, as you heard from my, but let's say we tell women that's your identity. What if that woman loses her husband, like we've seen this week with Charlie Kirk's wife?
Yeah.
What if her identity is in that? It can be gone like that. And I just want people to know, we're trying to find a place of rest for our weary souls. And when Jesus says, take my yoke upon yourself, for it is light. He's trying to give you that rest. And he's asking you to entrust your identity to him. And he will be the only one that ever comes around you. He'll be the only one that always comes around you and says, I love you as you are. And my love for you is enough. And you don't have to stop. You can stop searching. You can rest. And so you are going to need an identity, and you are going to try to find a place to put it. So the question is this: is it safe? And with the amount of weight you're putting on that identity, is that a good idea? My value and worth is in my circumstances. I'm going to tell you right now, that's a really risky way to approach life. Really risky. How about some sub-identities? But have an identity that no matter what happens to you, no one can ever rob you of your value and worth. And I have found that for me, faith in Jesus is the only thing that keeps me feeling safe.
Mm-hmm.
So pass the mic. Who'd like to jump in?
Well, just really quick, I would totally agree with you on that the identity should be in Christ, because we can't lose that. And if it's in something that you can lose, then it's probably not where it should be. But I don't really have much more to add on to it than that, because I just totally agreed with what you said.
I just wanted to, and not to put Chris on the spot, but Chris is not a believer, and yet he seems to have a very strong identity. And I'm interested into what, Chris, you've tapped into that hasn't been stripped from you from your activity in Scientology.
Cool. Yeah, I think of identity. It's not something I'm expert in terms of the psychology of personality and identity. I know some things about it, but not everything. But what I have thought about with this is that identity is sort of who you are or how you conceive of yourself, regardless of context. If I take you out of this position, if I take you out of this role, if I take you out of this place, geographically or relationship-wise or job-wise or whatever, who are you still, right? Regardless of the context. And I think you start seeing right away, if you honestly, seriously start examining that idea, how little we engage with that, how much we are defined by our circumstances and by the roles we take on and the people that we know and the relationships we have and the functions we serve as our job and things like that. And a lot of our personality, which is not just identity, but personality kind of adds all that context-specific stuff. And I think that when you're in a cult situation, Dr. Steve Hassan first introduced me to the idea of the pre-cult personality and the idea that when you're in a cult or overbearing, dominating, compliance culture is another way of describing it, you take on the personality characteristics of the leadership of the authority figures. One, because you want to, because you've idealized them, and they are your role model. And two, because literally it's a conformity culture. So you kind of have to. Most cult leaders write their own personality into the group. It's all part of the fabric and DNA of it. Hubbard's vindictiveness and nasty nature and misogyny it's all throughout Scientology. The homophobia, it's all over the place in there. So that's a reflection of his personality. And so when I left Scientology, the first things I started doing before therapy, before anything, like within weeks of leaving, was picking up books and educating myself on things that Hubbard had insisted on and which I had taken into my own personality. Homophobia and anti-psychiatry views are very strong in Scientology. So I wanted to address those right away. Is this me or is this Hubbard? Am I just putting on Hubbard's mask and talking through his mouth when, or is he talking through my mouth when I'm talking about these topics? And I wanted to sort that out for myself. And the only way to do that was to actually figure it out for myself rather than take his, those things, the thought-stopping cliches, right? The little things we take and we just don't think. We just say, we just repeat it like parrots, right? Big cult thing. And so I think for me, helping people outside of a cult who've left a cult is examining who they are, digging deep down to find out what that identity is, and taking away the parts of their personality or the parts of their thinking that the cult installed that they can now look at and go, yeah, I don't think that really is who I am now or who I want to be now. And so I'm going to leave that behind. That part's not me. I took it on because I was in this group and they kind of made me be that way. That's not who I really am, And I think an individual can decide at any point in their life who they want to be or who their best self-image of themselves is, and kind of, treat themselves or recover along the path of assuming that role, that identity, that personality. That's kind of how I think about it in the big picture. I hope that made sense.
Can I just follow up with one thing?
Course, yeah.
So I think that I just realized this, that while Sarah and Jordan and I and Delaney, we agree that our identity is in Christ. Biblically speaking, that is a tenet that is taught, that we do take our identity and we do give it to something else.
Yeah.
We actually, so it's a psychological reality that is what we are doing. Would you agree, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll say, as a knowing choice that you're making.
Yeah.
Which is a different paradigm or a different way than when a cult could enforce it on you.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, we see this, just to comment on it, right? In the Christian evangelical world, we see this with forced memorization and beatings if you don't say the right words, and, a lot of things that are done to kids before they're able to critically think or examine or independently decide for themselves, well, where am I coming from?
Yeah.
As me, as the little person, the little thing inside that's me. What do I want? That's all skipped and bypassed, and in fact, purposefully so. When you watch stuff like that old documentary on Bible camp and stuff, right? Like that golden, by 9 years old, right? We got to have them. That kind of thing. That's all about domination. Yeah. So I would reject that whole approach in terms of assuming identity, but when it's by choice and informed consent, you got nothing to say, right? Of course, so you can do whatever you want.
Makes sense.
Well, on the same, it's kind of just the flip of the same question, and it came up when you were talking, Chris, is leadership. Like Jordan laid out cult leader versus real shepherd, and that's more specific in the context of Christianity. And I'm trying to ask, I think we each have an idea of what healthy leadership is, and it's probably in response to how to promote the individual. But can individuals leading others proactively organize in a way that resists cultic tendencies? I'm in this spot where I think organizing at all becomes a cult, kind of like, and I don't think that's right. So I'm looking to hear what you all think about how to lead and avoid financial manipulation, authoritarianism, all the different things that are bad.
I got a couple things to throw in the fire on this one. One is you can never, ever allow the organization to set itself up that there's only one source of truth or authority, especially any one human being, right? A group of people is always a better situation because then you have, some concept of checks and balances. But structurally, organizationally is actually how you solve this problem, because you can't rely on personality to do it. You don't know who the next leader or the next one is going to be, or what they're going to bring. So you have to structurally set things up so no one personality can dominate everything going on in the group. And that requires a separate but equal objective or separate oversight, ethics committee, complaints department, something that has equal power to the leadership that can watch the whole thing from a sort of objective perspective and deal with conflicts between membership, leadership, or each other from an outside position. So there's the least possibility of bias. There's always going to be bias, but you try to tamp it down with the concept of checks and balances. No one person can ever do it. You never know what's going to happen to somebody when they start getting power and influence in terms of what's going to emerge from them as to how they're going to deal with it. Maybe you have a Fred Rogers on your hand who would never dream, Mr. Rogers, right? He would never dream of using power corruptly. Or maybe you have an Erdogan or a Putin and they just can't wait to get their hands on that power, even if they're saying they don't want it, right? So you can't just go by what people are saying either. So I think it's a structural solution.
Thank you.
Chris has a lot more B in him than chimp. I am almost all chimp. I am a chimp, and I go to people who think better than me. And Tolstoy, I mean, the guy I was talking about this, he literally came from aristocracy. He was the most famous writer in Russia. He had immense power and influence and wealth, and he turned it all over in the last years of his life, and he lived the life of a pauper. And he's quoted as saying, "Nothing good in this world will ever prevail." And so I take that dire attitude because of the idea that cultures will always become malignant, even if you have the strata of different offices, checks and balances overseen. Everything in my just horribly negative view of the human realm, nothing is going to be impervious to corruption.
I would agree with that. And let me then throw the optimist view on top of that, which is, yes, a cycle always involves degradation, but then there is always growth and renewal following, as certain as the spring follows the winter, right?
Yeah.
So agreed. I completely agree. And in fact, have spent more than a little bit of the time looking into the cycles of history because of current events and things happening in the past. You can get very, very hopeless about things. And I've been there. But when you see our cyclic, history of the rise and fall of governments and civilizations, then okay, it kind of sucks when you're in a time of democratic decline or cultural degradation. But you do know, at least in a future sense, from a species look, yeah, but we will come back from this. As bad as this is going to get, and it can get pretty bad, there will be a future beyond this. So just throw that out there too.
Thank you. I feel better.
I think
you're right. It's inevitable. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
No, you're good, Chris. I think that we can really negate some of the antics that are around us, especially right now in our culture. We're in a really divided country right now. And what I'm noticing flying around on social media are just incredible examples of double standards. Yeah. And I think that if we decide that we're going to be sticklers, we're going to be very tolerant, open-minded people who are really welcoming of people with different ideas. And I just love that right now we have case in point. Chris is not a Christian. And I am, and here we are engaging in a conversation. We can do this, right? Isn't this great? We can do this.
Wonderful.
I think where we can really start to be self-aware enough to become sticklers with where we can stay safe, how we can stay safe. Become a stickler about, I will not tolerate, period, ever, a double standard. And I'll be scanning my environment. If you want to do hypervigilance as a trauma response, this can work to your advantage. Not all of the symptoms from trauma are bad. Some of those can be wielded to your advantage. Start scanning your environment and looking, is there a double standard? And the Bible has a lot to say about equality when it comes to the rights we have as people for how we're treated. So in Matthew 19, it says, if someone hurts you, go to them and tell them. If they don't listen, you bring a witness. They still won't listen. Tell the entire church what they did. When I was coming out and telling my stories of abuse from the church, I was told I was a gossip. And so I had to reclaim those definitions. I had to look up in the Webster's dictionary, what's a gossip? I was like, well, it's about a rumor flying around about someone else. You don't even know if it's true. That's the definition. When I was telling my own stories of I was sitting in the room and this happened to me, I was told you're gossiping. And I had to reclaim back my story. And I said, no, I'm actually following the biblical text in Matthew 19. I went to them and I told them what they did that hurt me. They wouldn't own it. I brought witnesses. They wouldn't listen to me. And now I'm on social media and now I'm the problem. All I'm waiting for is this. I want them to pick up the phone. This is how you know I'm like a 90s kid. This is phone. Pick up the phone. And I want them to call me and say this, you're telling the truth and we're sorry. And then it's over. And I'll tell everybody they apologize, it's forgiven, moving on. It's so simple. But what I find fascinating in these culty antics and dynamics of the power imbalance is I'm supposed to submit to them. I'm supposed to put them first. They do not show by example to the church, here's how we serve someone like Jordan. So in Matthew 19, it's essentially saying, it's not saying men do this. It's saying a girl in the youth group can go to an ordained elder and say, you hurt me. And if he's a man of God, he'll listen and he'll acknowledge those feelings. And that man has the ability, if he really is in the wrong, I don't know what the scenario is, I'm kind of making it off the top of my head, but he has the ability to be wrong to a person not of power and say, I'm sorry. And that's a giving away of power. Saying I'm sorry is a giving away of power. It's submitting to one another. I rarely see that in the church, from powers to no power.
Yeah.
Very rarely. For me, that's a double standard. And so I'm seeing them everywhere. They're all over culture. And so if you don't make room for it in your personal sphere or in your institutions you're a part of, we're going to be a lot healthier and a lot safer. And I think we need to start calling them out. And last, I know I'm going on long here, but be aware of where they are in yourself. You'll hear these hyperbole statements floating around like, well, we're just naturally prone to like people who are like us. Well, it's just the way we are. I hear this stuff all the time. And so I'm like, well, why are we okay with that? You know, we're looking at the way we're hardwired as humans. Is it back to the standard? Is it love? Well, this is the way we are. I don't care about just the way we are. I'm a person that's broken sometimes. Is it love? Is it? Well, no, I guess it's not okay to be a person who just wants to be around someone who's just like you. Yes, I don't like that. Like, I see it in me. I don't like it. So what am I going to do about it? I'm going to approach a situation being aware, I do this. Am I just showing favoritism to this person because they look like me? Or can I lean into my sin and my brokenness and be like, I don't want to be like that anymore. And just making room for the fact that maybe you're a part of the problem. And maybe you need to be healing and being a part of the solution. So it's being aware of like, are we just going to take life as it is handed to us? Just like, this is the way it is, this is the way we are. Or are we going to start questioning, why are we doing what we're doing? And what standard are we comparing it to? What's the standard?
Yeah, beautiful.
I think that's why in recovery, recognizing that stepping out of a cult or getting away from a cult, escaping it, is just step one. It's not the end of the journey, it's the beginning. And it really isn't stressed enough to cult survivors or in cult discussions or documentaries. They don't really emphasize this point. Oh, you got away. Everything's supposed to be fine now. Well, you're still carrying all those years of indoctrination and habits and routines, and it's muscle memory, and it stays with you. It's mental muscle memory, right? Of all the attitudes and morality, as I mentioned, and the emotional needs that you were having fulfilled in the group. If you don't find something new to fulfill those emotional needs, you're going to go right back to it, or you're going to go to something just as bad.
Yeah.
And you're not going to know any better because you don't have the education to know what happened to you. That's why I stressed in my talk, I've spent years figuring it out. What the hell happened to me? Yeah. What was that? And I really can't stress enough for myself, my whole attitude about this topic is that when you get out, you've got to figure that out for yourself. And there are so many resources now available to us to do so that even 10, 20 years ago, we didn't have books and documentaries and videos and so much stuff, so many survivor stories and whatnot that we can find that commonality of experience and figure things out pretty quick. The playbook isn't complicated. So I really stress that as part of it because I think it gives people a foundation on which to be able to discern their double binds and their double standards and the way the cult rewrote or helped you to rewrite your morality. So, it was okay to do stuff that when you first went in, you never would have done. I mean, I can't even believe some of the stuff I did that when I was, a young Scientologist, I never even would have thought about doing. So I think all of that is the product of education, and it helps a lot to emphasize that, just to build on what she was saying.
Yeah, and just real quick to add on to that, which isn't really answering Delaney's question, but you made me think of it, is a problem in Utah specifically. Christian ministries will intentionally go and minister to Mormons to get them out of the Mormon church and into their church. And
really?
I think that's a huge mistake because they're just hopping from one cult.
All of them,
to
not
another.
just one.
It might not be a cultic church, but I think that's just a huge mistake. And maybe they don't realize they're making it, but it seems very predatory to me. But also, people need time after they leave the LDS church to process everything that they went through and what they believe. And a lot of them are just hopping out of the LDS church into evangelicalism. And it is damaging, I think, and not helpful at all. And a lot of those people end up just walking away entirely from their faith because they think, well, it's all a scam because these people just, lured me into their cult too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger from the betrayal. A lot of anger. It can stick with people for years and years. And then the whole idea of faith or belief or religion is just, get it away from me. It's destructive. It's horrible. And I don't want anything to do with it. Yeah. I see a lot of that in the atheist world. And I know what I'm looking at now. When I first got out, I understood, these people are horrible. But, you spend some time in recovery and you're like, oh, they're not all bad. You start figuring out the spectrum of it. But it takes some time. There's no substitute for it. We live in such a short attention span theater culture now that everything is supposed to happen, now, taka, let's go. By the time you finish watching a couple TikTok videos, you're supposed to be over it. And it's like, I can't even believe I said when I first got out 12 years ago, I told my family, I said, listen, if I'm still making videos about this stuff a year from now, I want you to come shoot me, right? And then a year later, I was like, oh, damn, I have barely scratched the surface of what this is. And it took me a year to figure that out because I thought it was going to be, pop, and I was going to be done and ready to rock. No, here I am 12 years later, and, it's work. And you got to give yourself that time.
To parlay off all your comments, particularly Chris, when you said when you've come out, you've got to give yourself time, right? Well, when people become quote unquote Christians, they've got to give themselves time. When you go in, you've got to give yourself a lifetime to figure out what this is. And because we are on the short attention span theater mode, nope. You got to start doing. I hate it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of dumbing people down a bit too, not to get too broad, but it's a little difficult because it's a problem that prevents its own solution, know? And it's like, and it has a lot to do with the divisiveness we're experiencing these days too, right?
Yeah, one of my biggest questions that I think is very relevant here is I think the theme between you four is that you've really done a lot of work after your experiences. Like you're saying, it's also work. It's dedicated effort to figuring out what that was. I think most people don't do that. It's really hard to motivate them to do that. The fork in the road is usually what Sarah and I call trauma drama or going back to another cult. So it's one of the two. And so many people returning to the LDS church because it was really nice in a lot of ways. And so many people, and I think they think it's okay because they have a grasp on what they don't like about it. Maybe it is okay. I'm not saying it's not, but how do we avoid those two forks, or what's the way to help them recover or heal more effectively? Is it just education?
Before anyone answers, I want to give credit where credit's due.
Oh, did Chris say that?
I think Chris is the author of that phrase, aren't you?
I hate myself so much.
I gotta use the restroom.
We say it all the time. It totally came from Chris. Look at my face. I'm a tomato. I will go off the air forever. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
That's
I love it.
Classic.
Oh, Delaney.
It was from your interview with my dad. We got that term and I've never dropped it, and now it's mine. I can't help with it, Chris.
Please run with it. It's awesome. I used it to refer to the infighting that happens in the X communities, right? Because there's just so much trauma being thrown around, and people don't tend to recognize. I mean, it just you learn about this stuff, and then you kind of realize how little other people know about it. And it's a little frustrating because how we always are projecting onto other people. And so you think people know this stuff, right?
Yes.
Like when you see trauma being thrown around and all this drama being created, you're like, Jesus, guys, this is just out of your trauma. Could you just go get some counseling or some therapy or something? You know, people are just like at each other's throats over stuff. And and the only people who really hate that term are the people who do it. So, so I was like, okay, I get it. I get how this works. Anyway, yeah.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm not really a good person to give advice on this because I'm beginning to realize that the Check My Church ministry might be my own way of pursuing the trauma and just continuing to pick fights with all of these pastors and churches. And it took me a while to figure out that's what I was doing. And then once I realized that, I was like, oh, for Pete's sake, I'm just going to write these articles and I'm not going to engage with anybody because I was just done at that point. But for a while, I just continued to seek it out. And it was just like, I want to argue with all of these people. And, you know, it made me feel better. But after a while, I was just done with it. Like I'd grown out of it.
I think it's almost, I don't know that I would say it's a standard phase that people go through, but I think it's a thing. I think it's a thing, right? Because you want to give back. You know, you got all this whatever. Anyway, I don't know how much I can.
All of it.
Well, John,
anyway, you just get all this bullshit, right? And it's just like just piles and piles of it. And you start like, hey, wait a minute, you know, I need to push back. I need to like, and we could even frame it, you know, in the power dynamic, because it's of course taking back some of your lost power to be able to speak for yourself and independently voice your side of the argument. Damn it, you're gonna listen, you know.
Yeah.
I think I definitely went through that. I went through so much of that.
Yeah.
Right, because you finally have a voice.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got righteous about it. Absolutely. You're not going to shut me down. And I was saying some pretty stupid stuff too, but I was like, I got a right to say what I'm going to say, you know? So
You know what's cool, Chris, though, is about you and what I know about you so far. You can say stuff that maybe you look back on, you're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. You know what's cool about your situation is you're not a cult leader. And you don't have to be right. And you can go back and be like, hey, I want to show you this video from 5 years ago. Changed my mind.
Yeah.
And I was wrong. I think that's the best part of getting away from these antics is like, yeah, I messed up. Yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, I don't know everything. We're free.
Oh my God, right? For a long time I was saying that the 3 hardest words for people to say are I don't know. And I really believe that is actually the hardest thing for people to say, like universally, is I don't know. Just say it. I don't know. Right? People's heads explode. But the second hardest, and it's a real close race, is I was wrong. Right? That's the second hardest thing for people to say. I don't know. I don't even pretend to understand the psychology behind it, but I know it's one of those things that's true. You know.
Could not agree more. I think as a Christian, being in this culture of Christian culture, Chris, Christians really struggle to say, I don't know.
Yeah.
And they don't leave any room for mystery. They don't leave any room for people to be like, I have a question. I have a doubt. No, everything's got to be like really tight. Really, because I'm so afraid of what? I am not responsible for anyone else's salvation. That is the best thing that happened to me when I got out of the Christian culty antics. My codependency, I killed it. Well, I'm working on it with a therapist, but it's just like, oh, you don't believe in Jesus anymore? Cool. You want to have dinner? Like, I believe in Jesus. My only requirement is this. Let me believe in him. Just let me. And here's the thing. I'm talking about him more than ever with a bunch of people that don't go to church with me. So I'm ironically doing more of the mission, which is our faith, than I was when I was in that tight box where I had to be right. So Christians can't be wrong. And maybe you guys have had a different experience, but I've never heard a pastor in my lifetime say, I was wrong. Ever.
It's a big problem.
Yeah.
Certainty is one of the currencies that cults really thrive on, right? They really, 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 really work that certainty button. I mean, damn, Scientology literally was called the science of certainty.
Wow.
Right. And we were told certainty, we were told knowledge is certainty.
Wow.
Complete horseshit. I mean, just as wrong can be. Wow. But that's how we were talked to and sold on the idea of holding a position of 100% certainty. And, it's only after I got out and, really started understanding human psychology that the concept is ridiculous. Yeah. It's a front. It's a construct that people create to stop thinking. Yeah. Well, I'm certain. I'm 100% certain. Yeah. And,
would you say
it's
that's
just a
the
wall.
number one idol, Chris? Would you say that's the idol of Scientology is knowledge?
Certainty, fake certainty. The arrogance and conceit of certainty is certainly up there on the list. But it's the narcissism that it sort of induces in people that I would say is one of its chief, if not its chief, problems or abuses.
Right.
I see the same exact thing in conventional Christianity. We have the creeds and the orthodoxy, and if you don't follow these essential doctrines, then you're not a Christian and you're an apostate and you're a heretic and you're going to be in hell forever, and we won't talk to you. And so it's like it's the same thing.
Yeah.
100%.
We know the truth. If you reject the truth, you're not one of us.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think to try to answer Delaney's question, which is how do we stop the trauma drama? I think it's to remember, we in these culty situations, we were hardwired for drama. Like our nerve endings are literally frayed. And it's your neuroreceptors are looking to latch on to something that mimics that dynamic, like an addict, like a drug addict. So when someone's craving heroin, those neuroreceptors are looking for that release, that serotonin release from that drug that it elicits. When you remove the drug, the brain goes in haywire, like I'm not getting what I need to survive. I'm not getting what I need to survive. It's the same with the trauma bond with your cult antic environment. On whatever spectrum, if there's any amount of intermittent reinforcement going on, hot, cold behavior, you're probably in a trauma bond loop. When you leave a cult environment, guess what? You're looking for that fix. And so you may be inadvertently and subconsciously trying to create that fix through creating environments of chaos. And it's so interesting to talk to survivors because they'll literally say out loud, I hate drama. But then they'll always find themselves in it. I think the hardest thing for me to do when I was healing was to get used to and get comfortable with peace. Because it didn't feel right, Chris. It didn't feel like life.
Well, there's constantly conflict being brewed in these groups, right? Because conflict is how you keep people from thinking deeply, is you get them wrapped up in emergencies and conflicts and drama and or punishments, right? If it's not interpersonal conflict, it's you're getting punished for something. You did something wrong again. And now you got to spend all your time and body energy resources on this instead of thinking about what's actually going on, until, some moral outrage comes along that's so big that you can't ignore it. And then you have your blow up. But it's designed. It's an environment that's designed to be that way, right? They talk about the milieu control, the environmental control, right? And certainly it was this case in Scientology. I mean, we were constantly in some threat, some emergency, some epic, battle that had to be dealt with. And this is, I think, we get versions of this in certain churches. I don't know that it's all of them, but certainly a lot of them, the fire and brimstone, and we need all your money now, and we need this now, and and you got to give all the hours now, and you got to come down extra, and all this, and all this stuff, right? You're already down there 4 times a week. Now it's going to be 5, and you can't think outside that box when they're constantly, rubbing your nose in some threat or some emergency. And I think that's where a lot of that CPTSD phenomena comes from for ex-cult members, is that they, you remove a person from that and suddenly everything, they feel deflated. They feel like, and they start feeling useless and lethargic, and I don't know what to do with myself, and I don't know where to direct things, and I have no purpose, I have no meaning. I have, like, all those emotional needs are suddenly vacuums, and they don't know what to do. And I've found so many times, people don't even know they have emotional needs. I'm shocked by this, but it's just a constant thing. They just don't even know, or they don't frame.
They weren't allowed to need anything in their
exactly.
previous life.
They're just not thinking about things that way, right? Oh, I have all these things I need to fulfill in order to be happy. And if they can just find out about that, it can give so much direction and so much more reorientation to how to approach their lives, So just getting back to the question, like that kind of education, and it's that psychoeducation. It's this is who you are and how you're made up, and you're not going to get that in school. But I don't know. In some ways, you need a little experience for some of these lessons to come home too. Yeah. You can teach it in school, but then, until you get knocked around a little bit in life, it doesn't connect. Yeah. And I think so it's not just teaching it in school. I think it's an awareness that we're trying to foster in the society or in the culture, right? We're trying to get past that, whatever that number is, where, awareness kind of mushrooms on this stuff, like everybody kind of gets it. And people get that cults are a thing right now. They definitely get that, but they still have a blame the victim mentality about it. And so I think we need to just keep putting it out there that it's not because you're stupid. It's not because you're an idiot. It's not because you're weak. And when they come out, it's, oh, okay, let's figure out why you got in before you even think about walking through the door of some other place. Yeah. Let's really figure this out, yes. Right? And if that could somehow happen, yeah.
Psychoeducation is only the first step, in my opinion. Then you have to do the work. What I'm hearing you say, Chris, we could study cults all day long and at the end of this administer a test, and some of you are going to ace it with flying colors, answer every question right. And then what are we going to say? Congratulations, you graduated, you're now cult proof. No, the question I'd have for you is this: cool, you got that part done. How are you at setting a boundary?
Yeah.
In your personal
life? Exactly.
With the person you really respect, has a lot of power, who you really want to like you.
Yeah.
That's how you pass the test.
I've compared, when I first got out for a few years, I really, really got into promoting critical thinking. And because it's very helpful to have a tool set and a skill set around critical thinking. But I realized exactly what you just said, that it's not just about learning a list of logical fallacies or learning some rules of argumentation. It's really the way to think about it, at least I think the best way to think about it, is it's a discipline. You have to become a disciple of critical thinking and a disciple of emotional intelligence. And you have to do both. At first, I thought it was just critical thinking, but that's really just top layer stuff. If you don't get into the emotional intelligence, you're not going to understand the engine that's driving you. And like a broken car, if you don't get it, then you're not going to get it. You're not going to be able to fix it or do anything with it. So I think understanding that it's a discipline, that it's like a martial art, you have to practice over and over and over again how to critically think and how to be aware of your emotional life.
I just want to add something I think we can learn as Christian believers from Scientology and what Chris just said. And that is certainty. It's a science of certainty from Scientology. And that in the scripture, God makes it clear you can't please him from our position of belief by anything but faith. Anything but faith. That's Hebrews 11:6. So if it's faith and we walk by faith, I don't know why we have apologetic outreach to debate with people when the reality is we just walk by faith. We don't know jack. We just believe it. Okay? Accept that. If you don't like that, because I can't prove how many animals were in the damn ark. I can't prove anything, and neither can you. But we waste so much time on trying to have that certainty. We can take a lesson from Scientology. Grow up, man. Yeah.
True. I agree. I agree. I really wish that the whole science versus religion thing would go by the wayside. Yeah. It's only, a 150-year-old debate. It's only been going on for quite some time now. So, maybe it would be nice to come to a reconciliation that faith is faith and facts are facts, and these two things don't really totally... No. It's a little oil and water.
Yeah.
Be nice.
Makes a good salad dressing.
Yeah.
Oh, oil and vinegar.
No, not good. All right. Do we have time for one more question?
Yep.
And concluding thoughts based on that question or others?
Sure.
Anyway, it was glaring that emotions are obviously a huge part of falling prey to a cult, but also just all across the spectrum. And I really liked Chris's articulation of how emotions work. And Grady in the chat also asked about the role of fear as a tactic. But basically the question is, what roles do emotions play, and where is the line between when they're helpful versus problematic? I also wanted to just point out the feelings that people have of being attacked when you're calling out something that they believe in. The emotions are appealed to shut down questions as well as to manipulate you. So emotions in general, and any concluding thoughts that you guys don't want to talk about. If you don't want to talk about emotions, I mean.
Well, I would just say really quickly, emotions are really preyed on in the conventional Christian context through euphoric worship experiences. We tend to attach the emotions that we feel during a really good song to the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And I think that's really emotionally manipulative. So that kind of scenario can be really dangerous to people emotionally. It's very hard to distinguish the difference between, am I feeling the Holy Spirit in me, or am I being manipulated by music and my own emotions? And then, sermons go down the same path. If a pastor is very charismatic and can invoke a lot of emotions in you, it's the same thing. Am I being convicted by the Spirit, or am I being emotionally manipulated by this person's really strong speaking abilities and emotional manipulation? And, there's all sorts of emotional manipulation going on in conventional Christianity when we say, if you really love God, then you'll do this. Oh, well, I better do it then, because I don't want to think God to think I hate him. It's that there's all sorts of emotional triggers that can control people's behavior and get them to serve the church obsessively, cultically, and think that they're serving God when they're really just submitting to a cult. And emotional manipulation is all over the place in that. But yeah, that's just a few different ways that emotional manipulation I can see in just conventional Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
We work really hard to extract emotions from the faith in teaching of it or helping people with it, for the simple reason of what Sarah just said. And so we just won't do that. But I don't think emotions have very much intelligence. And so my emotions have zero intelligence when I get angry or lustful or proud. My emotions just tell me I feel it. And so really the view should be more a deontological allegiance, which says I do this because I believe it's right. I don't give a dang crap how I feel. And that will help avoid manipulation by cult leaders and manipulating people through music and spoken word.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, and final thought from me is, Jordan, I hope I didn't offend you with my comment about saying take a nap, because that's my humor. I really appreciate what you said and who you are. I love all of you. Grateful that you're here. And so I just wanted to make sure you don't know me. And so you're probably like, what a jerk. It was so funny to me.
No, not at all.
I was dying laughing.
I really like what you both just said about emotions and how they're manipulated in church. I totally agree, and I can see that. I would also say there are very few emotions that, when it comes to a personal need, that I ever felt in the church that I've been able to take ownership of and express. the emotions that I felt that I was encouraged to feel were fear and shame, guilt.
Yeah, I see.
But when it came to emotions that I had, where I needed something from someone else, it was, well, you just want to forgive, or everything I felt was weaponized against me and put back on me. You just need to deal with it. We're not going to acknowledge your feelings, but what you should be feeling on a regular around us is shame and fear and guilt. And I think any institution that is trying to encourage you to feel, especially shame, that is not of God.
Yeah.
There's a scripture that says that there's no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Why would any pastor take the cross that's over my head that protects me and my identity safe in Christ's sacrifice for me? Why are you trying to make me loathe myself?
Yeah.
So every time you leave someone's presence or an institution or a meeting, this is what I talked about in my talk, was be self-aware to ask and be alone. I know it's weird and it might seem cheesy, and I hated this stuff when I first started doing it. Closing your eyes and sitting still and being with yourself and be like, how do I feel right now? Do whatever you got to do to get in touch with that. But how am I feeling right now? How did I feel just having dinner with that person? Do I feel good? Do I feel encouraged? Why do I feel unsafe? Why do I keep feeling unsafe around these people? Start listening to your bodies. Your body's trying to help you desperately. And usually the last thing to catch up with your body is your mind. So it's amazing how much emotions can actually inform our thoughts, make us aware of some thoughts we should be having. And then I think I'll just close it with this, is that emotions are just emotions. They don't need to be moralized. However, suppressed emotions will usually manifest in behaviors that should be moralized. And feelings aren't intrinsically good or bad. They're just a feeling. I find it amazing when a woman shows her opinion and gets a little riled up. Well, she's angry. She's bitter. These are moralizing statements about how I'm feeling. And what I find fascinating is there's more focus on that expression than what happened to her. We need to do that with ourselves. We need to be present with the emotions we're feeling. We need to stop moralizing them. But we need to be really aware of how our feelings and emotions inform our thoughts and our behaviors. And I think that when we don't honor the stories coming out en masse from cult survivors in so many institutions, Scientology included, and the church, what we're doing is we're silencing their emotions. And a last statement, I promise. But Fred Rogers is a really great case study on this. He suppressed most of his life how he felt. He said he grew up feeling like he was living in a household as a child, not being allowed to feel anything. And he always got in trouble when he did feel things. So as a grown man, all of that came with him. And he made his entire profession around, hey, this child over here needs this. That child's trying to tell you that they're feeling this. He made his whole life around protecting children with their feelings. What this child's trying to say is they need help right now. Well, this child over here needs the... He was a protector of child's feelings because he didn't feel like he was allowed to feel anything or need anything emotionally as a child. Well, interestingly enough, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Speculating here, but I firmly believe that repressed emotions and feelings can manifest as somatic symptoms, and I think they are, research will prove in the future, but most likely connected to some of these major illnesses people don't always survive. I find it interesting that he would say that about his whole life, feeling repressed, and then he would get that type of cancer. Usually inflammation in the gut and the stomach is linked to these repressed emotions. So speculation, but I think that this repressing emotions can, over a lifetime, potentially kill you. And if not, they might explode on somebody. Let's be aware of how our emotions impact us.
And please, let me just really quickly add, I am fully supportive of our emotions as people, understanding ourselves, their triggers. It's just in religion, I just don't like it being used to make you give more.
Exactly. Well, everything everybody has said so far, right? Because you're all, I mean, I could not agree more. Jordan laid out earlier the chemistry of, the neurochemicals and whatnot that go on with peak experiences. And peak experiences, the highs are high, and they are amazingly high. And when you're in a group setting or, in a music situation, a concert, sports event, certain movies we see. I mean, these things have this group appeal. Movie theaters were popular for a reason versus sitting at home watching streaming. It's not the same experience at all. Everybody knows that, but they don't necessarily understand why. And it's because you're not with a group. And this group thing happens, that 90% B thing. comes into play, and there's a group feeling that lifts you up, and the power is my way of explaining this, at least, has been that the power that the cult leader or the leader or authority figure has in any such situation, any peak experience, whether it's landmarks, transformational weekends, or Scientology's auditing services, or you're at church on Sunday and the choir's going full bore and everybody's singing, everybody's dancing. I mean, they really got this down in some churches with the the body movement and everything. I mean, they really bring it, and you see people like peaking out and really getting high, and that's fine. As she said, there's nothing value-based in having an emotion or having an emotional reaction. It's context-specific as to what it means, right? It's not, there's no label to assign to anger and say it's all universally bad or it's all universally good. It's context-specific. It's always context. So the power that the leadership or authority has vested in them is the interpretation of that experience. That's where the power is. If I can get you to a peak experience by hypnotizing you overtly or covertly, or using suggestion, or using music, or using memory, or using 1,000 other things that will pique your emotions, and then I convince you that I know the reason why you're feeling that way. You just popped out of your head. You're a spiritual being, see? And you popped out of your head, see? And now you're exterior. That's why you feel that way, right? This is the Scientology interpretation. There you go. Now I have an answer. I have a thing, a cognitive layer explanation for this emotional peak experience, so that I can predict to have it again. I want this again. What gave me this? And that's why you'll cling to the interpretation. If it was, the spirit, consumed you, great. That's the interpretation. All that happened is you had a peak experience. That's what happened.
Yeah.
But the interpretation is the power that the leadership has over you, and that's the path you'll then follow to get it again, because the chemicals are the chemicals, and man, so let's go for it again and again and again. And that's why you'll jump through hoops. That's why you'll experience abuse and go through all the trauma bonding and all of it, because you want that peak experience, and you now believe this explanation that's been attached to the peak experience. And then we can kind of convince ourselves, well, nothing else could give me that. There's nothing else that could ever possibly substitute for an auditing session or church on Sunday or when, it was just an experience that you had. That's all. That's all it was. I think that's where a lot of that power comes from, and how we, not knowing that that's how we work, people fall for the explanations and the interpretations, no matter what it is. And that's the trap.
Love it.
I love it too.
Just a quick note to add on top of that, based on everything you just said, Chris, was I recently watched a sermon by Stephen Furtick, who's a really popular Christian mega church pastor, Elevation Church. He's probably got the biggest church in the country.
Elevation Church.
Yeah.
We'll lift you up.
And he's one of these hype pastors who will go out and dance around and get everyone really hyped up and riled up. And in this sermon that I just watched, he, in the middle of it, he said something like, I feel like I just snorted cocaine. I've never done it before, but that's what I feel like. And I just thought, yeah, I'm sure that's what everyone feels like.
Oh my.
Wow.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, because when you do a drug, you know where the experience came from. There's no question about it.
Yes.
Right.
You just, you snorted it, boom, you had the experience.
Yes.
Very easy to process, very easy to understand. Let me go get my next hit, pull out the cash, right? And boom, you're away. But when it's Scientology or when it's, Christ or something, then it's this person who's going to give you this experience again. And now they have power.
Yeah.
Now you are subservient to them, right? And man, if we could spot that when it happens, we would solve so many problems.
Amen.
100%.
Sarah, I would tell this pastor, I was like, yeah, I've heard that narcissistic supply is like getting a hit of cocaine.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
That's funny.
Okay. That would be a good response.
For the sake of time, we should wrap it up. Just want to thank you guys so much. It was a lot of time on a Saturday, early on a Saturday, and
no worries. It was fun.
I think it was really productive, and we do a lot based on having it in the archives of education that we've brought to the world, and you guys have done so much to contribute to that. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you very much for having me, and appreciate the experience.
Thanks, you guys. Nice to meet you, Jordan. Good to see you guys.
Thank you. Good to see you, Sarah.
Yeah, you too. I'm sorry, I'm sick.
No, feel better. And Chris, it was so nice to connect with you. I'm going to try and find you on social media.
All right. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.